Dear colleagues and friends, dear participants of the 14th Southeast Europe Media Forum, Seemf. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to our annual event for journalists, editors, media owners, professors, students, representatives of NGOs and governments, and media experts. As every year, we organize also this year our regular leading regional media event in Southeast and Central Europe. Seemf, the Southeast Europe Media Forum, is a cooperation between Southeast Europe Media Organization, Seemf, CAS Media Program Southeast Europe, and Central European Initiative, SEI. We organized the event in partnership with European Broadcasting Union, EBU, CCPRO, EEMC, and International Academy Belgrade, Serbia, as also local partners. Our local partners are Vijesti Podgorica, Albanian Media Institute in Tirana, Borem Sarajevo, and the Investigative Journalism Center in Fažana. I would like to thank all for the cooperation in preparation of this event. This year, the preparation was not easy. It was not easy as we have the time of COVID-19. Our partners and local organizers have worked hard in preparing of this event. The event is not as usual. Instead of meeting in one place as every year, we meet today in 7 towns. In Belgrade, in Fažana, in Podgorica, in Sarajevo, in Sofia, in Tirana, and in Trieste. Additionally, we have online coverage, live streaming. According to our registration, there was a big interest for this year's forum for the participation in the different towns live, and we have over 260 persons who made the registration. According to local pandemic regulations, in some towns, the participants are in several rooms, in several conference rooms, because it's according to legal regulation not possible to have all in one room. The topic of this year's event is Rethink Digital, reliability of the media, economic aspects of the pandemic, sustainable digital transition in Southeast and Central Europe. I'm sure that you will enjoy our excellent program. Let's start. I would like to invite the representatives of our main partners to welcome you. First, I would like to invite Mr. Hendrik Sitting, the head of the media program Southeast Europe, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Sofia, and after that, Ms. Nina Kodelja, Deputy Secretary General from the Central European Initiative in Trieste. So please, if you can connect with Sofia and Hendrik Sitting, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Guten Tag and hello from Sofia, Bulgaria. My name is Hendrik Sitting. I'm the head of the media program for Southeast Europe, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and I'm sending a warm welcome to our conference hubs in Southeast Europe and, of course, wherever you are watching us online. Yes, as you know, this is still not an easy one. For all of us, COVID has turned our entire life upside down. Worldwide, we have experienced for months now a situation we had never had before. Unfortunately, as a media program that operates in 10 countries, we had in every problem, there is an opportunity. CIMO and CEI, we have found a solution for our annual media forum, and that we can now organize it in this hybrid format with hubs in almost all countries in Southeast Europe connected online. Media is still alive despite Corona. I would even say media is more alive than ever. Especially in these times of crisis, it is important that citizens receive correct information. Journalists and media play, therefore, a vital role. In the current context, serious and reliable media are even more important, as the current pandemic is also an infodemic, where a lot of false information is spread. Current surveys in Germany show that trust in traditional media has increased enormously in recent months. That is, from my point of view, a very positive reference. But that also shows, once again, what a great responsibility journalists have for the society. Therefore, we want to discuss the topic in our first panel debate. We called it, Trust Me, I'm a Journalist. COVID had also shown another point. It is a catalyst for digitization. Our children had online classes for weeks. We have all participated in countless online conferences since March. I admit this is sometimes very tiring, and at least I wish myself more real meetings and conversations. That means a lot has become easier, but some things have also become more complicated. Financing media, for example, has become more difficult. The already small advertising markets here in Southeast Europe have become financially even smaller. In some countries, the distribution of printed newspapers has ceased entirely. They are now only online. At the same time, however, the number of clicks for online news has also increased enormously, at least for some media. We want to discuss in the second panel called I Will Survive, the experiences of the media that were gathered during the COVID crisis. The young media users around the world have recognized the new technical possibilities much faster and better, also because they have been in their own digital world for a long time. Instead of traditional newspapers, radio and television, they use the new on-demand principles. I read, listen, and watch what I want and when I want. What can traditional media, especially public service media, which are committed to society as a whole, learn from this? So that they can also become again more attractive to young audiences. This is the topic of our third panel entitled We Are Young. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to our official and of course informal discussions today. I'm very pleased that we were able to win excellent panelists and moderators for today's conference. I wish us all a very exciting day with a lot of new insights. Again, herzlich willkommen and welcome from Sofia.
Thanks a lot. And now, Hendrik, it was Mr. Hendrik Zitting from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Sofia, from the media program Southeast Europe. And now we are going to Trieste, to the Central European Initiative, and to Ms. Nina Kodeля.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Wholehearted welcome to everybody from Trieste. I'm Nina Kodeля, as Oliver already presented me, and I represent the Central European Initiative. I'm very happy to take part in the forum, and above all, that it's a reality this year in these difficult times. As you can imagine, the preparation in this current situation and the limitations posed by the coronavirus crisis has made the preparation a real challenge. And so I'm really, really thankful to our long-standing partners, the Southeast and the media program, for the remarkable cooperation and the joint work that was put in this hybrid event. The role that media play in these difficult times is crucial, and the importance of quality journalism and accessibility, which confronts so many of us, all of us, with so many, and look at the changes. Can you hear me? Okay, great. And this is why it's so important to look at the changes the pandemic entails, such as the challenges connected to the economic, financial aspects for the media, which are a consequence of this global crisis, which is hitting Europe particularly hard. And Hendrik already mentioned it here. And we also have to look at how the pandemic is forcing, in this case, media, but in reality, all spheres of our societies to adapt day by day to a new way of working, communicating, and in more general terms, to a new way of life. And this has to be done through digital transformation, but we have to see how to make it sustainable. And in this context, the reflections that were already prominent in last year's live forum in Zagreb on how to talk to the young are very necessary. I also want to refer to the new buzzword, the so-called infodemic, which has unfortunately been accompanied with the COVID-19 crisis, and that makes it so hard for citizens to make sense among the huge amount of available information and to distinguish fake news, and thus find reliable sources and guidance which helps build necessary trust. Professional and quality journalism represent the alternative and an answer to disinformation. This is why it is also important to ensure journalists' safe working conditions and free access to information. By supporting the Southeast Media Forum, the Central European Initiative reaffirms its commitment to these preconditions, in line with also what was expressed by all relevant international organizations and institutions during the pandemic. Cooperation in the field of media has been and remains one of our priorities, and we will continue to support the dialogue among and on media of the region, with specific activities in line with our general mission, which is promoting regional cooperation for European integration and sustainable development. The forum in general and the CEI CIMO Award for investigative journalism, and you will hear more about the winners this afternoon, are prime examples of this. But to wrap up, I'm really looking forward to today's stimulating exchanges of views and experiences on the role and challenges that media in Southeast and Central Europe face in these challenging times, which force everybody to a profound need to rethink some of the approaches and responses while keeping the principles alive. Thank you, and I'm really looking forward. Bye from Trieste for now.
I hope it functions. Yes, it works now. Okay, I would like to thank, for sure it is under different or other conditions that we work this year, so maybe we'll have maybe some small technical problems, but I hope still it will work everything. Now we should change after Belgrade. I'm sitting in the studio in Belgrade. After Sofia and after Trieste, we are going to a town very close to Trieste in Croatia. We are going to Fazana. I would like to invite Maja Sever, who is working for the Croatian radio and television. She is our moderator in Fazana, and she will have the job to coordinate the panelists who are sitting in different cities and to try to make a good and interesting discussion. So I hope, Maya, that you have now the energy to start the panels. So I invite Maya, and now the next time till 11:30 will be in the hands of Maya. Maya will be the boss of the next time till 11:30. So Maya, please welcome Maya in Fazana.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you, and hello from Fajana. My name is Maya Sever, as Oliver said, and I'm journalist on Croatian radio television. I'm also active in Union of Journalists and association. So. Our panel today, trust me, I'm a journalist. Would like to be a journalist today. Do they trust us, or trust in journalists are an issue that I believe bother many of you. Journalists are becoming more and more target. Today, the hate speech against journalists is getting bigger and bigger. And then COVID happened. People are having a hard time dealing with the fear of danger, fear of disease, and then the economic crisis and okay sorry, and then the economic crisis and measures to fight against the virus. Every day we witnesses attacks in which journalists are guilty because they spread lies about the coronavirus. They are paid by who knows who. They hide the truth. And how many times have you thought, but why would I do that? Our lives have turned around. Our business has changed. So today, as a part of this conference, we have selected journalists' works related to pandemic. And again, it turned out that journalists are the ones who do important work for the whole society and expose corruptions. In the end, they build the society better for all citizens. And it's a pleasure for me to invite our panelists. First of all, it's Cecilia Anesi, investigative journalist and board member of the Investigate Reporting Project Italy. Cecilia, can you hear us? And maybe you can say just a few words about your...
Hi, good morning. Do you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So very nice to be here with you, although in distance. So yeah, I'm an investigative reporter with Italy's Center for Investigative Reporting called IRPI. And last March, so in the middle of the pandemic in Italy, we decided to launch our new media outlet that is called IRPI Media. And the reason for that is because you might know in Italy, we're not allowed to run content independently unless we register a media with a tribunal. So for about 10 years, we produced content for other media outlets around the world and in our own country. But then this was becoming really frustrating because we were sometimes managing to publish very large investigations on media, but the payments were super small. So actually our living was not coming from selling content to the media, but it was coming from applying to grants, getting support from foundations and donors, all of them foreigner, not Italian foundations at all. So we thought that there was no point in continuing to just trying to push that line. It was better to just, open our own media, which doesn't mean we're not collaborating with other media anymore. We still do, but at least we're now free to basically run all the content we want. It just has to go through an internal discussion, which usually takes place every day at 11. So that's what we're doing. And I must say it's fun. It's a lot of work, but at least we're feeling that we're doing it in the right direction. It's a bit weird to do it during the pandemic because we met half the newsroom in person only once in 6 months, and it was 3 weeks ago in Sicily, because half of us are in Milan, some of us are in central Italy, Rome, others are around the world, so Sarajevo, London, and it's really hard at the moment. So everything is online like this conference, but yeah.
We will talk about your work later. Now I have to introduce Andon Baltakov, Director of National Radio from Sofia. Hello. Okay, here you are. Please, can you tell us a few words?
Of course, good morning, and good morning to the people who are watching us online. Good morning to the people who are here in this fine audience. Probably some words about the Bulgarian National Radio for our international audience. BNR is a public service media, and we have 2 national and 9 regional channels. About 20 correspondents in Bulgaria. We are probably the largest employer of journalists, editors, producers, reporters, correspondents, about 300 of them. We have correspondents and stringers all across the world. And one of the most important thing for us as medium and journalistic organization is the truth. There is nothing more precious than the truth. Our reporters and correspondents and editors, they're the eyes and the ears, they're the witnesses of events and behaviors that the society needs to know about. And this is exactly what we're trying to do, particularly now, as Henrik said at the opening of this conference. there's this pandemic, the infodemic, is index of false or misleading information on any topic, not just the flu virus or the coronavirus, or there's tons of misinformation. And who would the society trust? And this is exactly what our goals are: to show the society how we see truth. And how we build trust is another topic that probably we will discuss on this panel. But this is just a little bit about the Bulgarian National Radio, about me. I've been in journalism since I started my career in '94. First as an operating journalist, as an anchor, as a news producer, and then I moved on the other side. I became an administrator and a leader. By training, I'm an economist.
Okay, it's a pleasure to have someone from the other side. We will hear later. Now I invite Milorad Ivanovic, editor-in-chief Balkan Investigative Reporting Network Serbia from Belgrade. Are you here with us? Can you tell us a few words? Yes, I think that Milorad is here. Milorade. Okay, we will wait a few minutes for Milorad, and then I can invite Mihailo Jovovic from Vijesti Podgorica. Mihailo, are you with us? Yes, you are. Hi, can you tell us a few words about you and about Vijesti Podgorica?
Hello, it's nice to be with all of you, although these unusual circumstances, to say it diplomatically. In Montenegro, if you say, trust me, I'm journalist, it's much better to say, trust me, I'm journalist working with Vijesti. I work with the most trusted and the most influential newspaper and the web portal in Montenegro for the last 23 years. We are this pandemic showed that people always during the crisis come to the trusted media, despite the fact that many of them live in these social media bubbles where they read what they like. That was the case in this time, and trust in Vijesti and in our journalism has increased, and the number of readers and visitors also increased accordingly. I'm a journalist for the last, as I said, last 23 years. I'm the editor-in-chief in until 2 years ago. I feel much better now because less work. But that's what I want to say in this opening.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Milorad is here.
Well, I'm here. Maybe you can hear me up.
I can see you.
Okay, you are not missing much. Okay, for not seeing me. Okay, so
can you tell us a few words about you and about Birn?
Okay, thank you, Maya, and to all people who are watching us online. So my name is Milorad Ivanovic. I'm editor-in-chief of Birn Serbia. It is a part of the Birn Balkan Investigative Reporters Network. And every year we are conducting several very big investigations. And this year, particularly, we are very in which we show that Serbia was among not several, among two countries that manipulated with the data regarding the COVID. The second one was Iran. So together with Iran, Serbia was the only country which was deliberately manipulating with data regarding COVID deaths and COVID infections. We had ability to check the official database of the Serbian uh, health institutes, and we discovered that the real number of dead who died between 19 March and 1st June was 1,080, while the official number was 244. And although we presented all the evidence to the public and we in detail was very strong in saying that everything is a lie and that our story was not good. But after several months, I think that the results of our investigations are showing some kind of effects. I would like to remind you that in April and July, during the peak of epidemics, the highest number of infected people in Serbia was 480. In that time, all hospitals were full of people. There were lines of people in the front of the infective clinics. It was really a nightmare. But the highest number the government said was 480. Yesterday, they said that the number of infected is 500. And we still don't have any COVID hospital special open. We don't see any kind of um, dramatic situation. And we see that the crisis committee is now in the big problems because then it seems that they decided to give more realistic. And what are the realistic numbers? In July, they said that the highest number of infected was 480, but in the fact, the number was more like 1,500. And that is the problem. So if in the next 2 or 3 weeks, the government or 1,500, it would be very interesting to see what would be the reaction of the crisis committee, because if in April, when the highest number was 480, they closed the whole town and the country, what will they do when they say to the public that it's now 1,000? So I think that our investigation is giving some kind of results, and we will see in the future how the whole situation will develop. So that is for the beginning.
Were under great pressure. You and your colleagues were under great pressure during this investigation. 2 weeks ago, you decided to publish the whole database and invited citizens to check the database by themselves. So, what is the situation now?
Exactly. After several weeks of attacks, we decided to call our readers and invite them to be our assistants. So we published the whole database. We published a special email address, and we invited people to tell us to check the database. So if some of them has some kind of dead relative or friend, check the database and tell us if the data are true or not.
Okay, Milorad, we have some. Okay, now can you try now?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Now, please, last 30 seconds, we didn't.
Okay,
hear you.
so yes, we published the base and we received other bases. Those are the relatives of people who died, and all of them confirmed that the database we published was the true. But they also send us their small stories. So we know, for example, how was the situation. When you see some number, you think that it's someone who went to the hospital, was sick and died, but this data was really a mini novel about problems that the Serbian health system was and in that follow-up, we will show that not only the numbers were the problem, but also the whole system was in real collapse during the April and also in July.
Thank you. Cecilia, during COVID lockdown, you worked on investigation about the rapid tests and an investigation on cocaine trafficking during lockdown. It is your research that show how important information is in COVID crisis. You have detected the problem with the rapid tests, and we can see that this information could save the lives. How many problems did you have during this investigation, and maybe after you published?
So for what concerns the rapid test investigation, well, I mean, for all of them, the main problem it's been, it was really hard to move and to do field work. And this continues to be the case. We managed to do some field work in June and in September, but most of our investigation, even not COVID related, are suffering a lot by the fact that it's really, really hard to do field work. We have only been able to move within our own country, which meant that collaborating cross-border with colleagues from other countries is really crucial in this era. I mean, it was even also before, but now it becomes super important because otherwise it's really hard to get information. And not only, I mean, out of your country, but even within your country, it's really good to have contacts with colleagues all over the place, so that if you maybe you go and do field work at one point in the south of Italy and then you have to move out, somebody there can still get some information for you. That was really crucial. So especially for the rapid test, we also collaborated with a lot of local newsrooms in different regions of Italy, and that was very helpful to know, for example, the prices of the tests that were being sold. So in some regions, the same type of test was sold for a few euros. That could be the case of Macedonia or the Netherlands. And then we saw that within Italy, that test was sold on a lot of different prices in public tenders. So difficulties that we had were mainly, in this investigation was mainly like we had to look for information on a lot of different places, but we solved it by each of us doing a bit in the region where they were sitting in. And after publication, the problems were that some of the politicians or administrators weren't very happy with our work. So far they threatened, so for example, in the region where I'm living, Umbria, they threatened to sue us. It hasn't happened yet, but sometimes it takes even a year before you discover that you've been sued. So we'll have to wait. But also, what we've seen is that very region next to Umbria, it's doing this thing that the same tests are being sold to pharmacies where students from like small kids or like their parents can go in pharmacies and get these tests for free. But actually they're not for free, it's paying up to 16 euros per test. That is way more than what a test should cost, as we proved back in April. So what we're seeing is that a lot of things haven't changed, unfortunately, in the rapid test business. And for what concerns the cocaine story, well, the main difficulty has been that talking to sources in this situation, it's nearly impossible. Sources that trusted us, because it's been years line. Otherwise, it would have been completely impossible to do that investigation. So in the end, what we exploited, it was the knowledge and the access to sources that we already had and we could count on. But, we were locked in our homes, we couldn't really move. But at the same time, our colleagues in Latin America weren't still locked in. So we exploited the fact that different countries were entering lockdowns in different times. So then it's been weird that, the Italians were the first ones to get out of lockdown. So now we're having access to information this summer that it's been very useful to continue the investigation on cocaine while the Colombians were locked in, just as an example. So we're trying to do this on a rolling basis in terms of helping on an international level. Each of us does what is possible in the situation, considering the travel restrictions that we're living in.
Thank you. Andon, you start as a journalist, and as you say, now you're on the other side. But my question is, you work on in Associated Press, CNN. You are now director of radio. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to say, if you have some questions, sorry, Andon. If you have some questions, just show me hand, and if you have some questions in the other cities, you can write on in the chat, so I will ask our panelists and our guests. I really believe there will be a question for our very interesting guests. So let's back to Andon. You work on CNN, Associated Press. Is this time the most demanding period in your career in media ever?
Actually, I haven't thought about it. Yes, indeed, because first of all, regardless of the fact that I'm on the, as I said at the beginning, on the other side, being a business person or a leader of a public service media organization, I've always been a journalist, and as a journalist and as a person who is used to telling the truth, to whether to audiences or to when I'm in a conversation in a smaller group. This time around, and particularly with social media, I believe that the journalistic job, the job of the reporter, to do it right, is the most challenged period in probably in the history of journalism. Why I say that? Before as journalists and trained journalists who would know the practices of how we practice journalism, what we needed to do, when to report, when to fact check, and have that responsibility to society. And there were only few outlets out there who would be used by journalists to report the news, whether it's radio, television, or newspaper. Now everybody is a reporter. Everybody is a commentator. Everybody is an analyst. And the job of a journalist, of the professional journalist, is twice or thrice or three times bigger than before, because now they have to uphold the standards of reporting, of fact checking, of editing, and then really building that trust that I said at the beginning of this conversation. What is really, when I was listening to my colleagues on the other side, and Serbia and Albania, one thing that probably I can relate to them is how journalists have access to information, how they can fact check whatever they're told. Because in many cases and in areas where, in countries with kind of many, whether it's government agencies or businesses or just important figures, are using media, regardless whether it's public service media or not, to actually channel down their own ideas and their own views of how things develop or should develop. And that's why it's so important for media organizations and journalistic organizations to actually establish that editorial practice, to be skeptical, healthily skeptical, as I say to my colleagues. We have to be skeptical. We have to ask questions. And only when we actually are certain of the truth, we report it. Otherwise, it's just a hearsay. And that's what's most important for me as the Director General of the Bulgarian National Radio, and probably and that's a standard that actually have built over the years in organizations, as you said, whether it's the Associated Press, whether it's CNN or News Corp, where I actually was the Chief Operating Officer of Storyful, which is an organization built to verify content on the social networks. And I intimately know how information could be used to and could be weaponized to whether hurt or reshape the public opinion. And when I say access to information, it's that idea. And on the other side, the reporters are the reporters. That the other side that actually is the participant in the news story, whether it's a government agency or another agent or an actor, they have to be willing to share the information. Lately, and they should not be looking at people who are using the public channels, the public service media channels, as and to threaten those people who actually are coming to us and sharing information, giving interviews. We have several cases here in Bulgaria where people would give interview for the Bulgarian National Radio or the Bulgarian National Television, and then they would be threatened. One case that comes to mind is the chairwoman of the Chemists Association, the people who work in the pharmacies. Another example that actually I learned about 3 days ago was a person who was giving an interview on national radio, who was told by his boss to be careful with what he speaks on public media. Of course, I'll keep the anonymity of that person because I was asked to. But this is the kind of thing that is unacceptable in any democracy. People should be free to speak information to the society because producers and editors and reporters, they actually vet those people, and we would not give air to people who are actually or trying to manipulate this opinion or another opinion. So there is multiple ways to answer the question of, is this the most difficult or challenging time? I actually find it very challenging, professionally challenging, and another growth opportunity for me as a person and a professional.
Okay, thank you. But my question, just one question for you. Just a minute, I write it here. Okay, you said everyone, even the people. You said that today everyone can be a journalist and reporter, but we can see and we heard our colleague from Belgrade. Everyone can be expert and are experts. And in many countries, at the top of the state and the government are people who believe they are experts and sometimes reporters. And it's very hard to fight for the truth in such an atmosphere in a lot of countries and in the whole world, I'm afraid.
Yes, indeed, and why? But it's not time to give up or to give in to any pressure. For any journalist, it's actually a professional. I understand the challenge, and I understand why there may be times in anybody's career when they say, "I give up," or I'll give into this task or to the other task. Now is not the time. we as journalists and people who actually that is inundated with false information, we have the moral obligation to stand for the truth. Otherwise, we'll live in a chaotic society, and that will undermine, in my opinion, the very fundamentals of democracy. So I think that media right now is media, the professional journalistic organization, is much more important to society than any other period of our history as humankind.
Yes, I'm agree. Milorad, do you ever think to give up? Do you ever think about surrendering? We know that pressure in Serbia is really strong. How do you find the strength? And how do you fight against pressure?
Well, I'm not thinking to give up, but sometimes very often in the last few years, I'm asking, is this profession really worth it? Because under some kind of anesthesia, and they don't want to take any kind of action. I will give you just a couple of examples. A few weeks ago, we discovered a story that the people close to the government bought one small insurance company, and that this insurance company is now trying to really buy everything possible on the market, and all other insurance companies are under threats. And we receive information from official data showing that all companies, insurance companies, are now facing a big debt. And we approached them and asked them, are we ready to talk on this? And all of them refused because they were afraid. And in one moment I asked them, so what do you think I should fight for your survival? Because if we don't write the article about what's going on in the insurance market, in 2 years you will disappear. Because this small company is owned by the people close to the government, they will destroy you in the 2 years. Finally, one of them decided to talk to us. And day after he talked to us, he received a question from journalists, from media that did not exist, and that was definitely kind of pressure, asking, we know that you are corrupted, what can you tell us about this? We know that you steal money, what can you tell us about this? So even if people decide to fight for themselves, they are under big pressure. The second story, we discovered that the Belgrade transportation company had some kind of and we sent questions to 20 professors normally and one anonymously. In one moment, I wanted to close their faculty, because if they cannot, because the story the transportation company in Belgrade was stealing millions of euros, then why this faculty, why this university exists if their professors are not willing to talk about the truth? And this is one of the problems, I think, here. I think that in the journalism, we are talking quite a lot about the quality of journalists. We know in our profession who is a good reporter, who is a good newspaper. Imagine that such kind of discussion exists in other professions, for example, among doctors. So the doctors are talking to each other, who is killing patients, who is good, who is bad, who is the good lawyer, who is a bad lawyer. So journalism profession has quite a lot of problems, but at least we are talking, and we know the truth. But why I'm still continuing to work on these investigative stories? Because of individuals. The key of society, at least in Serbia. The story about COVID, we published because there were some brave individuals who couldn't stand anymore to listen lies. That was very important. The story about the father of the Minister of Internal Affairs who is selling the weapon also was published because there was one brave individual. 2 days ago, we published a story about so-called call centers. These are some kind of fraud centers, mainly owned by Israelis. And there are about 15 of them in Belgrade and 60 of them in Sofia and all around the regions. And they are stealing money from the people from the Western Europe. And they're really stealing money, you know. And they are dealing with the government, with the security services, and they are working without any problems. But 2 years ago, there was one brave guy. His name is Alexander Ignatovic, and I want to mention his name. And he called the German police and he said, I have information about what is going on in these call centers. Then he gave statement to the German embassy, and then he went to Germany and gave statements to 50 pages. And one of these Israelis was sentenced this September in Vienna for 4 years of prison. Unfortunately, this Alexander Ignatovic was found dead in a hotel room in Sofia in February this year. So these brave people who cannot stand injustice are really the fuel for the work of myself and my colleagues.
Thank you. Mihailo, the elections in we know that, and then came crisis, COVID crisis, and your numbers are also worrying. What is the position of a journalist at the moment today?
The position of journalists in Montenegro is the same. I just want to talk about a strange moment when the COVID crisis began at the beginning of the year. Montenegro has managed to become a corona-free destination for a few weeks, and that was achieved with I think almost everybody being on the same page: the government, the health officials, and the media. Even the government thanked the media that thanked all the media, meaning also the media that they are on the warpath in other times, in every other times. That was a bit worrying for me, because when government commends you, something could be wrong. But this time, everybody was on the same page, and the result was achieved. The health of the citizens of Montenegro was at the first place for everybody, and media really did a good work. There were not many disinformation. There were a few incidents of people in isolation with their address to tell the government when they break these self-isolation rules. And of course, media reported on that. So the mistake was not to proclaim the Montenegro corona-free destination, but the government failed to warn people that it's not gone, and everybody was really relaxed after that. And after a few weeks, it started again. From the beginning, Montenegro was in a strange situation, a difficult situation, because there were protests by the church and the followers of the church against the controversial law on religious freedom. And that meant tens of thousands of people on the street when the pandemic started, which was obviously a great health risk. Church reluctantly stopped these protests, but they continued informally. throughout this period. Also, in June, when the pandemic started again, the government called the elections for August, and everything changed. Everything went back to normal regarding the media situation. Those media who do their work professionally in Montenegro, very few of them, but they are very influential, kept doing that work, and those pro-government media and pro-opposition media went to their old ways, supporting the government whatever they say. During the election campaign, health officials started not listening to the science, but also making concessions to politicians regarding the public gatherings and other things. So the situation got worse. This is I want to say that journalists have to do what, in this crisis, journalists have to do what professional journalists, I have to emphasize, do what they always should do, and that's follow the rules of profession, seek the truth as best as you can, play your role of the professional media in democratic society, check the powers, whatever they be, and give the voice to those who don't have it. So there is nothing new. It's just amplified. The work of journalists is amplified, and the obligations are amplified many times. That's my advice. There are a lot of resources about the COVID and the coronavirus that professional journalists could go to. There were some during the pandemics. There were some attempts by the government to silence free speech. People are arrested just for posting media articles on Facebook, for insulting the government leaders, and that was really for the political campaign that was going, and because of the political campaign and election campaign that was going on, things got worse, and now we are among the worst countries in Europe because of the pandemic, and that's not the fault of journalists, but of the government officials, opposition, and so on.
Yes, unfortunately. First, do you have questions, Andre? Do it. Okay. Does anybody know questions? Think about questions. Okay. Cecilia, is the restrictions on access to information the pandemic, or better question, how much have the restrictions increased and how dangerous is it?
So I'll speak about the context in which we operate. We have seen an increase of restrictions to access of information, and things are not going better, especially if you try and look at data of, well, medical data are a problem too. Not just in lockdown, but even recently, just to give you an example, the governor of Campania, that is the region where Naples, the city of Naples is, decided that he did like a regional law by which journalists are not allowed in hospitals anymore. So obviously that makes the reporting for those colleagues who are in Naples or in Campania really hard, because if they cannot access hospitals unless they're a patient, that is a worrying situation and a worrying status. At the same time, though, if you look at the procurement data, it is not only, I don't want to say it's impossible to get information, but when we try and get the procurement data, it really drives you mad because they're not published in one sole place in an organized way. And, you know, having like, this is the call for tender, this is the company that got the contract, this is the amount of money. No, it's not like that. You have to go in different locations, different websites, and not all the information is consistently published there clearly. Some of the call for tenders that we found published lacked the company that won the tender. So we had to find other ways of finding that company contract. And again, it was useful to work with regional journalists to know, like for them to look in the specific tender from other sources of information, which could be like the local municipality or things like that. But the problem is that, yes, information, it's not always out there. It's not always organized. And in a lot of cases, when we have been asking information, either like with a standard like emails or phone calls, but even with Freedom of Information Act, we did not obtain information. There are some colleagues who did during lockdown Freedom of Information Act, but Freedom of Information Act was suspended because they said that public officials, for the fact that they were sent home, is not working, they didn't have the time to answer to journalist questions. So clearly this meant a whole lack of information, making it that if you really wanted to find information, you had to work as much, like as hard, double the time that you would do before. And it's not even guaranteed that you will actually end up finding that information. Even recently, we've been starting to look into the intensive care units. And what's really striking is that most of the regions, so we really have the country split in two parts. One is the north, the efficient north, and then you got a center and south. And what we started to see is that a lot of the regions from the center and south, although they did receive public funding to implement the intensive care units, they have not. So some of the regions during lockdown had 70 places for intensive care units. Today, they have 70 places. At the same time, the capacity for diagnostics, so like the swab tests and, you know, like not only doing those swab tests, but being able in processing a lot of them in a day hasn't been implemented. So now we're back in a second wave with very quickly a lot of cases raising, and there is no capacity in a lot of regions, especially in the south, to counter the second wave. So one of the questions that we're addressing at the moment is what happened to the money? They haven't done anything all those months. But we already expect that finding answers and precise data on this thing will be really hard, because some local journalists already started to ask their local governments and they had no answer whatsoever. One of the problems is that you know, we're in an emergency, so not only we're obtained right now, even from a company of friends of ours who may have support our electoral campaign, just, you know, out of chance. But also we're not, we don't really have to give this information to journalists, which on the long term means that for about a year, I mean, by the end of, if we think about spring 2021, we're gonna have like a year of public spending that is untraced, and we really don't know what has been happening with this money. So this is something that we will try to do, but clearly it is way harder before, and even before, information was never too organized and too clear to access in Italy.
Thank you. Andan, in Croatia, we had situation where government representatives invited editor-in-chiefs to meeting in government on the beginning of pandemic in order to agree. We don't know what they agreed because the meeting was held in secret. And then the journalists found out about it later. We as a union and association don't like this meeting. But have you in Bulgaria such a meeting, such example because of Corona crisis? And what do you think about about this, about this?
In private or secret meetings, particularly when it comes to public media. So I think it's outrageous, and I think that as editors in chief, people, and particularly when people run newsrooms, they have their responsibilities to their staff, at least. And then the people who actually are listening or reading or watching them. Otherwise, how would the society trust them if they hold something back? No, in Bulgaria we haven't had such meetings. At least nobody has tried to reach out to me or have any meetings with me as the head of the Bulgarian National Radio, and I don't think that any of my other colleagues or journalism leaders have had such meetings. We've in Bulgaria at the beginning of the Corona crisis, we actually aired on analog radio all of the press conferences and briefings that the specialists, the government agency actually was giving to the public. Right now, we are only streaming them and give the facts on regular newscasts. What I wanted to say actually was, and I was dribbling notes when I was listening to Cecilia, is how important actually is data journalism. The ability to research huge data sets, the ability to find reliable data, the skills to analyze it correctly, to visualize it, to explain it to the society so that you can fact check whoever is saying something is an important skill. And probably that is one thing that we as journalists and professional organizations have an advantage to everybody being a journalist because we probably have the people with the skills to gather that data from multiple data sets, wherever that data is, to juxtapose it and build those insights of what that data is saying. Because when you say certain numbers, they don't mean anything if they're out of context. And it is really important to actually build the story and tell the story using data.
Thank you. The results of the one in the survey shows that it's a bigger emotional impact during the crisis. And 74% of them complained about more intense workplace and more hate speech against journalists during COVID crisis. What is your experience in Serbia, and how do you fight against it?
Well, mental health of journalists is one of the subjects that is not covered in Serbian media at all. Well, by chance, I'm working for the Dart Center for Journalism and Trauma, and we are organizing trainings in 3 disciplines: how to help journalists to protect their mental health, also how to learn journalists not to ruin the life of victims they are interviewing, and also to help journalists to decide what is allowed to publish. I mean, how much blood is allowed, let's say. But the first issue, how to protect mental health of the journalists, is something we are not talking at all. I will give you one anecdote. How at the beginning of my career, you know, I was working. The editor sent me to cover a suicide of a famous painter. It was a time when the journalists in the offices were listening Motorola's from the police. So we were going on that scenes for the police. So working journalist only for 2 weeks. I went on the spot, and it was the first time I saw a dead body. So I was totally unprepared. And when I approached police, I lost my voice. I was unable to ask them anything. And they were very sympathetic, and they said, stay here with us. And I spent several hours together with them. And I saw screaming wife. I saw dead body. It was quite a traumatic experience for me. And this is where I realized that we as a journalist, we are totally unprepared for this kind of mental health issues. And the same now is going with the COVID. This is really a specific situation. And, you know, we are talking about the masks, we are talking about many issues, but we are not talking about our mental health. And everything that we are reading, everything that we are reporting has some kind of impact. I will give you another example. 10 years ago, or even more, we organized a conference for court reporters from The Hague. So those are the Serbian reporters who were reporting from The Hague, but also from the Serbian Court for War Crimes. And we had 20 reporters on that course, and the leader was one British psychiatrist, and he conducted some kind of standard mental health test among these journalists. And he approached me after the test, and he was very upset. And he told me, Milorad, among these 20 people, 80% of them have serious mental problem issues, and 20% of them have to be immediately sent to hospital because of their psychological problems. And they gain these problems only by listening testimonies in the court. And I think that after the COVID crisis, journalists will need some kind of psychotherapy. And I hope that the editors and the managers will find that idea important, and I hope I will try to convince them to spend some time and money in this area.
Thank you. And Mihailo, what is the biggest challenge for you, your journalists, in this pandemic? How much will the crisis harm the fight for the truth?
It was very difficult, especially because we are relatively small. There is not enough journalists and editors, especially those who covering health issues. So it was very difficult from that aspect. Also, as I there were different approaches by the government. We open mostly. Journalists got almost all the information they wanted. Maybe some of them didn't ask enough questions. While on the second part, as I said, when the politics involved and different calculations influenced our Institute for Public Health, who is leading this fight, and the government body which is overlooking that. Then the journalists, as our colleague said, had a very when the interest of all the players is not the same, then it's different to get information. Also, lockdown in the first part was a problem getting to people and getting to hospitals, getting to all other places when you're supposed to get information. While in the not so much for the professional media, which I count journalists from VST in that, but also for the others when this election campaign started and the COVID crisis at the same time, and these protests against the law on religious freedom. These are three crises, plus the economic crisis which is looming, and I don't think many people think much about it at the moment because the government has changed, and also journalists also had these psychological problems. They have friends who went down with COVID, and also some of them. I'm talking to you, and I got over COVID 3 weeks ago, so I know how it is, and it's very difficult, and it makes me very angry when people like Donald Trump or some people in the region, like Vucic at the beginning, said, "Oh, it's not, it's a joke, it's a hoax," and things like that. So it was very difficult for journalists to prepare, but well, not difficult, but they had to put in very hard work. We are mainstream media, we are reporting mostly, and also have some investigative journalism. But the main thing was to find out as much as institutions and World Health Organizations know about COVID. And I think some journalists in Montenegro didn't do their job professionally, but most of them did. Of course, the government has changed now. I'm still waiting to see how their attitude towards journalists will be, because the former government actually we are in limbo now. We have the old government, which is a technical. They lost the election, and the new government hasn't been put in place. So we're still waiting to see how the new government attitude towards journalists will be. Would they understand what is the role of the media in democratic society, and would they go to the old government ways when they read the critical stories in the newspapers, on television, on web portals? Will the attacks on journalists be stopped? Of course, I haven't heard much about from the new government's policy on fighting coronavirus. That's maybe probably the to blame the journalists, because they didn't ask them if they didn't talk about it even during the campaign. We don't know what plan of the new government is for the COVID crisis, which is here to stay with us for a long time. So I would repeat what I said before, that the professional journalists just to have put more work in, find new resources to fight the pandemic, to educate their readers about fake news, about in media literacy, and also I think the way forward is to make these high-tech companies to do more against this infodemic, especially in the times of crisis, elections, and so on.
Thank you. And we are slowly coming to the end. First, do you have any question for our panelists? Did they have the same problems with the medical supply? Do you have the same problem as we in Croatia, when government starts to buy COVID supplies, medical supplies, to find the prices, and the distributors it's Andre, it's my colleague. He made research, he tried to find answers on those questions. Did you have the same problems in your country? On the beginning of crisis? Maybe Milorad?
Yes, there was quite a lot of problem, and we made one investigation that was showing that people who were absolutely not involved in this kind of business were engaged by the government, not just in Serbia, but also in Montenegro and in Bosnia. For example, one lady who is famous for cosmetic import was involved in import of these ventilators. In Bosnia, a company who was famous for the export of fruits was involved in this. And in this investigation we published, and I think that TST also had the similar stories. We discovered that there was quite a big number of people in this chain. So at the end, the ventilators were paid several millions euros more than the true cost. So this is something that I think that investigative journalists will have to cover in the coming months. And
Cecilia, maybe in Italy, your experience on the beginning of pandemic crisis, COVID crisis. Did you hear our question of my colleagues? The question was, did you have the same problems with, just a moment. Okay. Problems with informations about medical supply on the beginning of a crisis, and who bought and who is distributor. Yeah. Because my colleague is here, he tried to find this informations, and he had so many problems to find this information. Okay.
Yeah, sorry I didn't hear the question before because my computer died. Now it's back. So, the powerful tools of investigative reporting. Yeah, we did have a lot of issues in finding information on DPI, what we call DPI, so protection. So a lot of different things like protection, like masks, but also the suits for doctors, ventilators, all these kind of things. Because basically we had, in Italy, there were 3 possible ways of buying this things. One was directly through the national government. The other one was through the civil protection, and then each region, and we have 21 regions, could buy their own things. So we had a lot of tenders to look for, and this data was not these things, which made things manage to access some of this information, especially on the national and on the civil protection level. And that's how, not exactly me, but one of our other reporters, Matteo, managed to do a lot of investigations on the buying of masks. And there's been a lot of cases of corruption, but also crazy stories like the government order masks that never came through, these kind of things. But if I have to tell you how we behaved at the beginning of the pandemic, we were a bit frozen in terms of journalists because we are not covering news usually. I mean, we're doing only investigative reporting. So we were wondering what our role could be in the pandemic. And after a few weeks, that when we were already in lockdown and already things were really serious, we figured out that what we could best contribute with was exactly looking on one side, looking at all the public contracts and where the public spending was going, and if the government was doing enough to buy all those things that were absolutely needed, because at the beginning of the pandemic in this country, we did not have masks. You could go in pharmacy and look for masks. And I mean, I remember me going to the shop where they sell electricals and things like that. And the guy was selling those bags for Hoover. And people were building their mask with those bags for Hoovers, because the idea, it was like, it's better than have nothing, you know? So, and we did not have the possibility of online shopping unless you were living in a large city, but even there you had to wait like maybe a week before you could get some home delivery. So, I mean, people were like self-organizing, or they were using the one mask they had for like a month. So meanwhile, we were seeing millionary public contracts on masks that were not coming through from China or things like that. So it was quite clear that that was a role, checking the contract, checking the public spending. But again, it seems that it's not over yet. But at the same time, we did not want to stop the other investigations that we were carrying on. So that's why we also worked on the cocaine trade and other issues, because we felt that while the country was in lockdown and it had need for a lot of medical equipment, at the same time, the economy was suffering. And as we have the strongest organized crime, one of the strongest of Europe and the world, that definitely was becoming an opportunity for the mafias to step in, not only in terms of buying out the companies that were not making it, but also entering the public contracts to provide, to like do exploit and do money on the contracts themselves, on the masks. And that's what we found out as well. So unfortunately, a lot of the public contracts also ended up with entrepreneurs who weren't exactly mafia, but weren't clean eaters. So that kind of bridge between the state and the mafia was there, and is still there, and it's very dangerous also on the second wave.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, maybe in some other country? No? Oliver? Okay, now it's 11:30, and it's the end of this discussion. Thank you very much, and I think on the end of this discussion and this panel, I believe we really can say, trust me, I'm a journalist. It was very, very useful to see your stories and to talk with you. Thank you very much. And for 15 minutes, now it's coffee break till noon. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Maya. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank you for the first panel. And we have till 12 o'clock a coffee break, at least 5 minutes before the start. And then we will continue at 12 o'clock. Thanks, and have a nice time now during the break.
To, ja sam mislila da je neki sad problem, otkaz,
A što samo takve pitaju?
Ok, ovo još traje, dobro.
Ali? Hören Sie uns?
Ja.
Ja, super. Ich wollte nur sagen, wir starten in 15, 18 Minuten ungefähr. Und
Alles
dann können
klar.
Sie starten und ich überlasse das Ihnen dann, wie Sie das weitermachen. Im
Okay.
ersten Panel gab es im Publikum.
Ja.
Heißt, die Leute sind, ich glaube, bei diesen Online-Varianten nicht so aktiv bei Fragen.
Ja.
Heißt, dass sie sich vorbereiten, vielleicht, dass sie dann irgendwie, ja, Fragen stellen und so weiter. Das überlasse ich dann Ihnen, wie Sie das weiter dann machen. Nur, dass Sie das wissen, es gibt nicht so viel Reaktion aus dem Publikum oder online auch keine Fragen. Okay,
Okay.
danke, schönen Tag noch, bis weiter, später, tschüss.
Tschüss. Ja ne trebam ništa tu dirati. Ne, samo slušajte na uši.
Hello, everybody. 2 minute.
Okay, I will ask all hubs to take your seats because we have to start. I will ask everyone to take the seat, please. We have to start. And the moderators to take the positions, please. We have to start. Thank you. Ali, is there the moderator, but the speakers? We are missing the speakers. Please, every speaker should take the position. We have to start in less than 1 minute. Thanks. Dear friends, after the break we are continuing now with the second panel. Ali Aslan to take the position of with the panelists. I will ask also everyone who is present in the local hubs to ask questions. So feel free, if you have any question, ask the question. The format is following. I will repeat it. You have to say your name to the technical staff or to the coordinator who is in your hub. The name will be written in the list that we receive, and then the moderator will see the name. So please, just starting from this moment, you can start to make put your list on the your name on the original list. So now we are continuing with our event. It's the second panel, and I invite now officially Ali Aslan, who is a moderator and journalist from Berlin, from Germany, to take the position of the moderator, and he will be responsible till 1:15 for the panel. So Ali, please, and of course, I invite also all panelists. Thanks.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure for me to take over the second panel of the day at the Southeast European Media Forum. And the first portion of the day obviously focused very much on the needs and necessity of trustworthy fact-based news in times like these. Now we want to go a step further and look at I Will Survive is what the panel is titled, and it looks specifically at the financial considerations, financial struggles, and all the other challenges that media organizations are facing right now throughout this pandemic, but admittedly also before the pandemic started, of course. And for that, I am delighted to be joined by 4 wonderful experienced journalists, the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of REM Weekly in Belgrade, Jovana Grigorievich, is with us. Also delighted to welcome the Editor-in-Chief of Politico.al in Tirana, Albania, Alfred Lela. Very happy to be joined by the correspondent for Trans-Europa Observatory on the Balkans and Caucasus based in Sofia, Francesco Martino. And last but certainly not least, she's a correspondence editor at the Slovenian news agency Nadia Podobnik. Thank you so much to the four of you for joining us. And let's get right to it. Giovanna, before we look at the effects of the economic situation of media houses and journalists, let's just in a very quick round pick up on what the first panel talked about and talked about the effects of the pandemic on quality journalism. There is, as we've heard, more demand than ever for trustworthy, fact-based news. Do you feel, as a long-time experienced journalist, do you feel that there's a new appreciation for journalism and journalists such as yourself?
Sorry, I hope you can hear me now. First of all, thank you for having me here. And to go straight to answering your question, absolutely yes. And if there's any positive thing that we can take out from this situation, it is this new trust and new differentiation that we have, not among journalists, but among the citizens, our readers, our audience, that actually
we seem to have
differentiation.
There you go.
And we know that by simple proof. Who are they calling when they are having some problem connected with pandemic? Either they cannot find tests, they have issues with being received in some healthcare institution, things like that. So here in Serbia, we have this really huge gap among pro-government media and independent media, but we from independent media have been solely for citizens who had problems. So I have no doubt about this new trust that has been built
Thank you so much.
towards some of the media.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Your microphone, if I understand, is going in and out, but we understood you perfectly and your message was heard loud and clear and unambiguously that, yes, you do find that there's a new threat. Can you confirm those sentiments? Would you also say that this pandemic, as terrible and difficult as it may have been for us as humans and as human mankind, as journalists, perhaps it has lent a new authority and new importance to our work?
I want to reiterate or remember a book by an American author, scholar, Tom Nichols, I believe, The Death of Expertise, and the COVID and the relation of COVID-related news to media. I think it pertains to some level not to the death, but to the return of expertise and the return of the experts, the need for the experts, and the journalists, among others, being seen as the experts, as people or professionals. We need to go to get not only the breaking news, but the interpretation of news. And I think this is one of the good things or semi-good things that the coverage of the pandemics brought to the media community. And this is the case, of course, not only in Albania, but all around. So the return of the expert, this is the highlight I would like to mention. And it is not small. It's something that we should consider, take into consideration, and keep stressing it, keep hammering it while we consider our relationship to the news and to the readership.
Certainly a silver lining in these very challenging times, both reiterated by Alfred and Giovanna, that journalism has taken on a new or rediscovered place of importance in society. Francesco, what's your experience? What has been your experience throughout this pandemic as far as the standing of journalism and journalists such as yourself are concerned?
To you, to everybody in all the hubs. I would say I'm not sure 100% we have an increase in trust in journalism, but what we certainly saw was an increased need of journalism. This was pretty clear also from the numbers in readership, which during especially the first months of the crisis, if we speak about Italy, this went along with the lockdown. We saw that millions of people started to look for information. So there was an increased need for quality information. At the same time, but I guess this will be part of the discussion, readership was increasing, but revenues for media organization were not, even I would say, the opposite. Again, readers showed very well that there's an increased need for quality journalism. Of course, as it happens with a lot of things, also the pandemics became, field for political struggle. So trust, according to me at least, it's a different issues from need for information.
And you already, and of course that is the main topic of our panel, you've alluded to the financial component and considerations. We will get to that in just a moment, obviously, as we've been tasked to look into further depth. But let's just round it up and bring in Nadia here as well and talk about the needs, a time where trustworthy fact-based news is not just needed, but also can save lives. And how many times can we as journalists actually say that the fact-based news and quality journalism can actually help save lives? Nadia, what's been your experience? You're based in Slovenia. Have you discovered a new gained appreciation perhaps for your profession, for our profession?
Yes, hello everybody. At the beginning, in a spike in our news wire, fact-based journalism, experience, experts, and so on. People really relied on the information that was given through the mainstream media. But unfortunately, now second, there's been kind of different situation in our country where certain influencers on social media have gained quite a wide reach among the people, saying that the masks are not necessary, bringing questioning every measure that the government has taken, and this has become a problem. So yes and no, I would say. So the majority of people, I think, that they trust journalists, they trust the media, and how we report seriously on the crisis and the measures that had to be taken. But there's quite a portion of the population that is kind of skeptical, and we are having problems now with the coping with the epidemic. The numbers are spiking, and the health system is under threat, I would say.
Right. I mean, you're, of course, and rightfully so, alluding to the political backlash that we're seeing throughout the world. In Europe, I'm based in Berlin, Germany. We're certainly seeing political backlash. We're seeing backlash from certain parts of the community who are disagreeing with some sort of the measures that the government is implementing. But what I'm hearing is in the first round from all four of you that there is a newly gained and newly found appreciation and need more than anything for quality journalism. But Giovanna, as Francesco has pointed out, and let's get right to the heart of our discussion here, interestingly enough, at a time where the need for trustworthy fact-based news is higher than ever, it does coincide and conflicts with financial challenges, of course. Ad revenues are down. A lot of companies in times, in economically uncertain times like these, might be hesitant and are hesitant to place their bets on ads and so on and so forth, as they usually do. What experience have you had as deputy editor-in-chief about the financial struggles, the economic situation of media houses such as the one that you're heading?
Yeah, well, we are facing this problem with advertisers for past, let's say, 8 years. Since 2014, we do have pressure that comes straight on big advertisers from the government not to publish their ads either in our weekly printed issue nor on our website. So this is not new for us. Neither economical crisis is new for us. We will celebrate 30 years of existence in a week, next Thursday. And it has been 30 years of financial struggle, since it's almost a rule that if you are politically independent and critical towards every government in Serbia, you will always have financial struggles. Sometimes it will be a little better, sometimes it will be a little worse, but it will, at least for us here in Serbia, it has always been a struggle. But when we speak specifically about struggling during pandemic, yes, we now face new financial issues. Our turnover went high at the beginning of pandemic, but now with the recession that is not coming, I would say that the recession is already here. We see our turnover slowly declining, but when we unlock our issue from the week before on our website, we have more to our site than ever. So people do need information, but they cannot afford it. And of course, there are other issues like the newsroom, in order to cover pandemic, as we thought it would be decent and professional.
For sure, interestingly enough, to see the paradox between a significant hike in consumption, but sinking, if you will, reduction in ad revenues. But a problem, if I understand, Giovanna, that you've been having way long before COVID. Alfred, what's been your situation? What's been your experience? Clearly, many media houses, particularly print, were having financial struggles. We're experiencing financial struggles way before the pandemic started. But do you think that the pandemic has served as an accelerator in this regard?
You have to imagine a small market such as Albania. That's that's not a good start. And then you add to that the fact that the ad revenues have been declining for at least the past decade. And then to boot it off, you have the pandemic. So that makes for a clear and present danger, so to speak. So this is the picture. It is not a good sight to see. It's not a good situation. And not only that, but if you keep in mind that loss of ad revenue is one thing, and then financial and economical insecurities, not only in the media industry or sector, but all over the society, and which leads, of course, to loss of jobs and uncertainty for what's next. I mean, what would the future bring? So it is a grim picture, but we have to deal with it. I mean. We have gone, it seems, from bad to worse.
Did you let me ask you? Did you, as editor-in-chief, due to financial constraints, have to let people go throughout the past 7-8 months?
I did, yes. I had to, and because we lost a couple of financial sources. I mean, a couple companies withdrew. They called and they said that, sorry, we have to quit with the ads because you know why. So in such cases, you have to. What else can you do but go to the basics and lay off people, unfortunately, and this is a clash of, I mean, yes, there is a need for better journalism, or there is a slight increase on trust for good journalism, for good reporting, and then at the same time, you experience this, which is good news, but you have to cut down because the costs are, unbearable to a certain extent. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, highly unfortunate and paradox indeed, the need for journalism, but then at the end of the day, who are these people then who are going to produce the news? Francesco, we've talked about the vicious cycle, if you will, of ad revenues being down, which then in and of itself, the media organization has to cut their budget, which in turn, we just heard from Alfred, leads to staff cuts. What has been your experience?
First of all, media and financial struggle, this is nothing new, of course. This is a trend that we've been seeing in the very last decades, I would say even. And of course, the COVID crisis underlines and accelerated a lot of mechanisms. And I would say that for us, it was a very challenging time because of the structure we have in our media, which is not, I would say, it's a bit different from the mainstream media. But without entering too many details, what I would like is the fact that we need wider discussion about media being a public service, meaning a service to the public. So, I mean, not only public broadcasters, but also private. We have to understand, to decide democracy, even especially in difficult times like a COVID crisis. So I think societies as a whole should discuss and try to find a way for societies and themselves to support media. This is a very broad discussion at the European level. Of course, in Southeastern Europe, this is especially challenging because very often when institutions and politics enters in the newsroom, they don't bring very good results. So I guess in Southeastern Europe, this is very challenging. But as a whole, we should think about, and there are proposals how to do that, to bring again the public service as like pillar of what media organizations do in and for society.
Yeah, absolutely. Restructuring of thinking, if you will, and in terms of attitude, not see journalism as yet another commodity out there, but a necessity that any government and state ought to support. Nadia, again, let's talk briefly about the financial struggles and difficult economic situation that you might have experienced, not certainly for years, but particularly throughout 2020.
Yes, let me say about something about the Slovenian press agency first. We are a limited liability company in 100% state ownership, and we get approximately 50% of our revenues from the state budget and the rest on the market, so subscriptions and various market-based projects. And of course, with the coronavirus crisis, it's been a tough year for us because the media outlets in Slovenia that are our subscribers were already struggling with the digital reality of today, and some of them were barely surviving. And we have seen some of them dropping our subscription. So nevertheless, we are financially coping for the moment. mostly thanks to increased revenues from market-based activities and various other projects, which I can talk about later. Um, 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 we received less funds from the state this year, but still coping financially. No restructuring was necessary so far, but we are concerned because of the new situation with the new government in Slovenia, which came to power in March, and very soon on let the public know that they're trying to get control of the independent media, including the Slovenian press agency, which is by the act, special law, guaranteed its independence and so on. And they proposed very soon a new media legislation, which would bring a number of very worrying changes to the existing media legislation, which we consider are a threat to independent media in Slovenia, especially the National Press Agency and the national broadcaster RTV Slovenia.
Yeah, with various degrees, I think you all are in agreement that the financial economic situation of media outlets such as yourself was already quite challenging and difficult before, but certainly has the pandemic has not made things easier. Giovanna, there are people out there who say, yes, absolutely true. The situation was difficult even before COVID, but the pandemic, in a strange, twisted way, may present new opportunities for creative ways to produce news and journalism. As a matter of fact, the pandemic might serve as an accelerator, for a necessary renewal process. Is that a notion? Is that a concept that you would agree with?
Yes, but there's always that this media in general are in serious shortage of people. I find journalists in Serbia that works only one job, and I don't mean by it that they work for different outlets or different newsrooms. I mean literally doing different jobs. They can be, I don't know, real estate agents and journalists at the same time, because they have to fill in their budgets and things like that. So this was the challenge before. It is even bigger now. And also, when you are in shortage with people, then you have to restructure the newsroom. For example, I am, as you announced me, deputy editor-in-chief. But when we faced the pandemic, which is here, I mean, it's a political question everywhere, but to cover everything considering Corona. And I found myself completely incapable to do my job as an editor, because I was completely focused on everything considering pandemic. So basically, although it didn't happen officially, I couldn't afford to be an editor because I had to go back and be a journalist. So we could cover this and go through this in a manner of good quality journalism. On the other hand, we had elections and protests after that here in Serbia, street protests and police violence and everything. So my colleagues from other newsrooms who are TV reporters had to cover it every night from the streets that put exposed. They thought that there's higher risk that they're going to catch a virus. They had to rent apartments where they would be isolated while they cover street protests in Serbia, which was another financial burden for them. And their newsrooms could not afford to cover that for them. So there are a lot of issues, although in general, I do agree with you, but there are issues that we couldn't foresee. So we are still struggling and figuring the way. At the beginning of pandemic, in, let's say in first 3 months, it didn't seem to be a serious issue because most of us independent media here in Serbia is financed through grant programs and donors, and practically all foundations that are grant donors pulled out media in the situation of pandemic, but we cannot foresee what's going to happen in next 3-4 months. So I'm afraid that the crisis, financial crisis, is going to be even deeper.
Not much, no light at the end of the tunnel that Giovanna is seeing. But Alfred, let me go back to the initial question. And how do you respond to those, as I said, who say, yes, the pandemic, as challenging and unfortunate as it may be, may also be an opportunity for journalism and media to reinvent itself, to accelerate the renewal process, certainly in terms of digitalization. What's been your experience, and would you concur with that notion that in the challenge also lies a great opportunity for the future of journalism? Is Alfred still with us? There you go.
As you said, there is no light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope that is not the case. But at the same time, grasping the notion of finding opportunities in a crisis, it is a bit too optimistic for me as of now. I can tell you what I've been doing, personally with my portal. I've been trying to go convince the usual suspects, which is the European Union, for example, and I did receive a small grant from them, and also I received U.S. embassy in Tirana for to keep the ball rolling and keep the operation going, so as not to of my tunnel. And I think we have to adjust. We have to adjust and try and find new partners that have the same aims as us, to improve the quality journalism and to keep things going in spite of the difficulties. I think adjustment is the key word. It's either adjustment or failure. So that's where our pick lies.
Yeah, you either get on with the process and adjust to the times, or become obsolete. Interestingly enough, though, Francesco, Alfred says, yes, there may be opportunities, but right now we are too preoccupied with fulfilling and satisfying our basic needs as journalists. What do you make of the thinking that every crisis is, in a way, also the opener for new opportunities and creative ways of thinking and doing journalism?
I mean, the title of the panel is "I Will Survive." So we need to get along with the transformation which every crisis brings with itself, with the idea of surviving the crisis and keep on working. So I think that every crisis brings opportunities, of course, out of necessity. So this doesn't mean that crises are not crises, that are not full of problems. But I think that there are things that could be learned and changed for news organizations in this crisis at various levels. For example, when it comes to the organization of the newsrooms or the distribution of the news, my media, out of necessity, was a pioneer in this. We have a newsroom which since decades works only distant working online, also distribution. We were one of the pioneers of distributing our product, news product only on the internet. And I think that new ways should be looked for. Like, for example, one strategy that we are striving to implement is creating networks. Probably news organizations should see other news organizations as possible partners when it comes to finding resources. But I'm not speaking only about financial resources, also about, for example, expertise, which is difficult to obtain in fields like in the previous panel was mentioned, data journalism, which always needs a lot of expertise and resources. Usually more media working together can get where one media is not able to get. So this could be one way to get along. For us, maybe it's a bit easier since we are focusing on a whole region, Southeastern Europe. So we're naturally looking for partners in every single country. While maybe at the country level, it's a bit more complicated because the other media are also concurrency to some extent. So, but new ways can always be explored, I think.
Indeed, I Will Survive is the name of the title of this panel, Nadia. And as Francesco said, in order to survive, you have to adapt, you have to adjust, you have to look for new alliances, partnerships, perhaps, and new thinking of concerning how one does the job. Share your experiences, if you will, Nadia, as far as perhaps innovative, new, creative ways of doing your job that by necessity have come along your way.
Yes, I strongly agree that the crisis brings new opportunities, and we at the SDA have been quite successful in this field. Also, thanks to some decisions that we have taken in the past. So a few years ago, we established a digital strategy team, which is engaged in various projects, creating new products, cooperating also internationally. And they have been, we introduced live streaming. We didn't have the knowledge, we didn't have the technology, we didn't have the people, so we partnered with an outside partner, and it was on a really small scale at the time. But when the coronavirus crisis started, it was like, yes, that's the thing that everybody needed. Everything went online, and we were there with our live stream. And if at the beginning in 2017 we had like one live stream per week, now we have 2, 3, even 4 live streamings, including all the government press conferences about COVID, which are, of course, the #1 thing to be watched, and so on. So this is one thing that is, has proven very successful. The other thing that our digital strategy team developed is an advanced state-of-the-art article tracking tool in partnership with international partners in the framework of the Horizon 2020 research project. And this is a web application which provides a series of functionalities with the help of artificial intelligence, including real-time tracking of articles on the net. And this helps with fact-checking, which is very important in this era of, you know, social media inundation of unverified news and so on. So we believe that this project has also considerable market potential, and we are very proud of it. And it was recently put on the European Commission's list of best European innovations. These are more digital solutions to the modern day challenges, let's say. Another, a little bit less, but very successful solution is our partnership with local media outlets. So we partnered mostly with local radio stations around Slovenia in a way that they provide a certain number of stories for us, including text, audio, and photos in exchange for our service. So it's a win-win situation. These were the media outlets who were struggling, didn't have enough, money to pay for our subscription, and so we did this, and it's really successful. We cover our gray areas where we didn't have we didn't have a correspondence, and it's working very fine. So
yeah.
yes.
So actually, quite despite the challenges, if I'm hearing you correctly, Nadia, you don't sound overly pessimistic. Quite on the contrary, there's some upbeat developments that you are seeing, and I want to pick up on that and bring in Giovanna again, because digitalization, of course, is now the concept of the moment. It certainly was coming. We knew that. It's now become, without any alternative, and inevitable, very much evident by the fact that all of us are now sitting in front of our computers and speaking on a panel, which otherwise we probably would have done in person in some place in Southeast Europe. Tell us about the experience that you've had as Deputy Editor-in-Chief as far as the digitalization process is concerned, because I think to go digital now is no longer a luxury. It is very much, as Nadia said, a necessity, isn't it?
Like Nadia said, we did, although we are mainly printed weekly, and our main product is weekly magazine. We are present online through the weekly web show that streams on our YouTube channel, and we are distributing it to independent local televisions all over Serbia. But in this pandemic, first of all, yes, we did improve, let's see, add content to our website. Yeah. I'm sure you heard in previous panel, nothing was transparent about the pandemic here in Serbia. So practically you get the information and you have to wait for a week to publish it. So we said, no, let's go and publish it on our website. So for the whole 3 or 4 months, we did something that we never did in our life. We had like daily news on our website. And of course, many of us had to work from home. So we had to adjust to that, which exactly showed a little bit difficult for those of us who are, let's call them old school, and who are really not digital natives in any way. So they really had which I still don't think is normal. But yes, the very idea that we have online sphere and that it is like electricity or water today helped us enormously and tremendously.
Yeah, very interesting. By the way, I don't know if it's just me or not. Sometimes you're freezing in and out, but we do understand. Thankfully, predominantly. Speaking of digitalization, there we go. There's another challenge. Moderating a panel where sometimes the panelists, the picture freezes. But the message you tried to convey and you conveyed has been heard loud and clear. So there are challenges with digitalization. There's a need for digitalization, which you have seen, which you have realized, recognized, and implemented. But at the same time, there's also a generation of journalists out there who may not be as familiar and comfortable with that concept, Alfred.
Or actively resisting it. Even that can be a case. Yeah.
Or actively resisting even, which will be increasingly difficult considering the times that we live in, Alfred. Again, as an experienced journalist and as someone who's in charge, what what measures have you implemented? What perhaps new digital formats have you introduced in 2020 since the pandemic started?
We are a very small operation and a new media. I mean, we've been around for 3.5 years, Politico.al. Nevertheless, in the last year, we implemented into our website at the bottom of every article a way for the readers to get in touch with us, a way for the readers to report how we were doing. Was our reporting fake news or not? Was it done in according to all the proper ways and the way a good reporting should be done? Were there any ethical breaches to our reporting? So all they had to do is just click on a button, or they could still do it, click on a button, and whatever complaint would come right to us. That we thought that was a way to connect with our readership and to let them know that we do consider what they think of our job, and of course help ourselves to improve our way of reporting and facing the challenges of the digital era which we live in, with the infodemics and the a whole lot of information that sometimes you have to it kind of makes you puts you in awe of what's happening, which news source should I choose, what should I believe, what's fake news and what's not. So that's one thing that we did during 2020 to kind of improve not only our approach but also our stand in the community and our stand in rapport with our readers.
An agreement that the renewal process, if you want to call it, or digitalization era, whatever you want to call it, is not just inevitable, but it's already here, regardless of whether it exists. Francesco, does it in any shape up the way you do journalism? Francesco.
Hello, I hope you hear me now. Yes, I mean, in general terms, I think this is going to change the life of many journalists around. What's more important, the way we go through this crisis, many strategies that are going to be developed are going to stay for longer term. For us, for me personally, didn't change too much, because as I mentioned earlier, our media organization, out of necessity, was fully digitalized since the real beginning. So we have a newsroom which is working every day online. We have a network of correspondents with which we interact fully online. This gives a lot of advantages, like I think the most important is flexibility, which is something that probably every media organization is going to need more and more in the near future. So somehow I'm somebody who's been living in a COVID mode since the real beginning of his professional career. What I can add is that probably because of the way we as human beings are wired, this cannot be the only mode. From time to time, you need to meet, you need to see the person you're working with. Otherwise, it cannot last in the long term.
Yeah, it cannot sustain itself, indeed. Because we're all human beings at the end of the day. We're not operating in a vacuum. We need the feedback. We need the exchange with people, with colleagues, to bounce our ideas off and gain new ones. Nadia, you've already talked about what the Slovenian news agency has been doing in terms of digitalization, the formats, that you have introduced. Would you say you see it, not the pandemic, of course, but the renewal process and the changing of guards and times, do you see it as a blessing rather than a curse for the profession of journalism?
No, I'm the old analog generation. Ask my sons, maybe. No, we're coping well. I mean, yes, there are also in Slovenia and everywhere else, you know, people who just cannot adapt to the new digital era and refuse to do it. But our agency, I think we're doing pretty well. We had like just now in these past few weeks conducted a few digital workshops for our employees, for journalists and others, where the digital strategy team, you know, taught us various things, how to, you know, I don't know, work within the corporate cloud, where all the contacts are accessible from home, how to use our in-home video conferencing tool. So yes, we're trying really hard, you know, to stay in touch with the developments, and yes, it's a good thing. it makes life easier. It has its you know, cons, but yeah, also lots of pros, I would say.
Pros and cons, as with almost everything in life. As we are entering the somewhat final stretch of this discussion, I'm looking at my time, we have approximately 20-25 minutes left. It's a reminder and encouragement, of course, for and to the audience to get engaged, to get involved, ask questions that perhaps have not been brought up that in your opinion should be included in this discussion. Now is the time to do so. You can include them before we wrap up. Giovanna, we already talked extensively about the many changes and challenges that journalists and journalism have been facing, are facing, and probably will be facing in the near future. Particularly COVID pandemic-related changes. Francesco has already talked about distributed newsrooms, for instance, where more and more journalists like we're doing home offices as opposed to being in a physical newsroom. Do you think, for instance, that is one aspect that will be kept, that will survive even in a post-pandemic world?
Well, I honestly hope for the vaccine so that we will not have to another year or something like that. But on the other hand, I would like some of the practices that are actually not new. They are actually maybe forgotten in journalism or being lost here in Serbia, especially for print and online media. And by that, I mean going to the place where something is happening. Do not wait for somebody to stream it on social media. So you can see that, for example,
the freezing in and out, unfortunately, continues.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sometimes,
okay.
sometimes, unfortunately, the sound goes in and out. But
I'm sorry. Yes, actually, I can see that my connection is unstable. So sorry about that. Yeah. So basically, in June, right after the elections, we had this. We had all of the proofs that the number of infected people is rising those days, but we had no official confirmation. 5 to 8 hours. So that's how we knew that things are getting critical. Nowadays, there are no lines in front of hospitals, despite this new spike in the daily number of infected people, which maybe gives us hope that system is better prepared, but you can never know here. So those old practices, like go out on the street, and calls, make several calls and write the news. So that's what I really like going back outside as journalists, so we can check what's really happening in Serbia, not only in Belgrade but in any city in Serbia. But when we speak about these things that really are new, I honestly hope that we will. For example, it's not connected with journalism, but with everyday life. Our experience from the practically shortage of everything during 90s really helped us at the beginning of pandemic, where we couldn't get masks, disinfectants, and practically anything that was necessary, and that is now something that belongs to our everyday life. But we had a lot of experience went through that. So I just hope for this experience to be useful just in case, but I'm not sure that there are practices that I would really like to be continued after pandemic, except for this trust of the audience that we actually began this panel with.
Yes, the newfound appreciation for journalism. Hopefully that one will stay beyond the pandemic. But Alfred, what about you? What aspects do you think, newly introduced perhaps aspects, will survive in environments, regardless of your personal preference, just your hunch? Which ones do you think will be with us in the future?
I think the scrutiny of over the platforms, I mean the big platforms, because we do have to understand that most of the nowadays platforms, Facebook, Google, and so on, and we have seen some scrutiny of the large international bodies or sovereign states over the big platforms. And we have that in the United States and the European Union. So I think that's something that's going to remain with us for the duration of our time or times. Mobility is a second thing that's going to remain. I mean, we've been talking for long now about the mobile journalism, and I think the pandemics made it more mobile. So it's the journalism on the go, with the tools that you have, and that's how you are going to in secluded areas, as secluded as your own home. I mean, that's what COVID-19 brought. I mean, we had to for weeks or months we had to work using our phone, using our desktop or laptop from the newsroom, our apartments, or our home became a newsroom. So that could be something that it will be part of our ways of performing, the journalism duties in the future.
Francesco, you've already voiced your dislike for the current situation, the lack of physical interaction with colleagues. Do you fear that the physical newsroom as we know it will cease to exist? There might be some new media house owners who say, you know what, I don't have to operate this financial burden. I don't have to operate a huge physical newsroom. We see it throughout the pandemic. We can get by. Everyone can do their job from home. At the end of the day, the product is out there, and that's what matters. Are you concerned about such a development, or would you say, no, once this pandemic is over, we will go back to the way it was?
Of course, I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's not about liking or disliking in the current mode. Again, it's about surviving, to stick to the title of the panel. Again, I've been working in this mode since 15 years. So I think I have a lot of experience working this way. I just wanted to stress that as human beings, we just have the necessity to be together with other human beings. I don't think we can move totally in online mode newsrooms. But I think that probably, of course, I'm not sure, a lot of media organizations could take into consideration the idea of moving a lot of their activities in this direction, which of course has good and bad consequences. It is again difficult to say. Maybe one good thing which could happen is the new importance for local correspondents. I'm speaking about, a media organization which deals especially with foreign policy and covers a very wide area. We cover Southeastern Europe, Turkey, and the Caucasus. And we were used to mobility situation to just to follow on what has been just been said. We were limited
And now after Belgrade, we
Okay.
also seem to be having
I hope I'm back.
There you go. Now you're back.
Okay. So, I mean, we were used to live in a world where, taking a plane from any place in Europe or in the world to any other one was easy and cheap. This has changed dramatically. So I think for media organization to invest not only in financial terms, but also in, expertise and forming these local correspondents could go through this war where for a certain period of time, I'm not sure how long it will take, it will be much more difficult to, this could be an obstacle, but also a way to local correspondence.
Nadia, which short-term solutions and changes that we have seen and you have seen and experienced throughout the past year do you think will be permanent?
Well, I can certainly see more work from home, but not like you said, just from home and no news desk anymore. I think the journalism is, you go to people, talk to them, you just cannot do without that. And you need to be together with your colleagues, to be there, to brainstorm, to talk through about things and so on. But we conducted a survey among our employees, and one of the things that came out during the crisis was that they wanted to work from home like 1 or maximum 2 days per week. So it is a model that could be, implemented and could stay, because so far practically nobody worked from home at our agency. Although that we have like English service who are translators, they do not need to stay at the office, but they did. So yes, that is a model that I can see in the future. Also, live streaming is an important thing, but it's useful because you can sit at the office and type, and the flashes are like in real time, and all the really important the news that comes, it's there in the public right away. But that's not everything, because it's not just the live stream. You need the journalistic work behind that. So, fact checking, backgrounds, reactions, and so on. So yes, these are things that will stay. I'm pretty sure, but the real journalism will stay too. And
unless I'm mistaken, I'm not seeing any questions from the audience, which I'm of course attributing to the fact that this is such a riveting, thought-provoking discussion that all questions that you may have had as journalists have already been answered to some sort of degree throughout this process. Being mindful of the time, let's do a final round. Giovanna, Alfred, Francesco, and Nadia, all of you have correctly stated, of course, that the challenges and the financial struggles are nothing new to us. This has started way before the pandemic even entered our lives. We've been used to it. I think Francesco said this is part of my life, has been part of my professional life for 15 years. So we are all very much familiar with the deep challenges that come with operating a news organization and conducting journalism. But Giovanna, starting with you in the final round, what main lessons have you learned this year throughout this pandemic that you as a very experienced journalist may have not have had on your radar so far, may have not have been aware of to such a degree? If someone were to ask you to sum up the main lessons that you have learned throughout this pandemic as a journalist, what would they be?
Out. What I have learned this year is that we need to respect media ethics principles and to work by the book in terms of media ethics more than ever, not just in pandemics, in situation of pandemics, but in general, because I think that on several occasions, only our strong will to respect principles of media ethics practically saved us as journalists, because there the gray area. We are talking here about public health. When we speak about public health, then there's lots of personal medical data that we have to be really, really careful about how to conduct ourselves in front of people who probably lost somebody due to COVID, how we must publish information which is in public interest, how stubborn we have to be in order to protect our source. Here, everything was more intense and more obvious. So basically, when I read the Code of Journalists of Serbia, I now can say that yes, actually, I did finally face all of the situations that this little book warns me about and tries to convince me to be careful, to be mindful, and to be ethical. So I think that's the most important thing from this year.
Alfred, what about you? What have been the main takeaways for you as editor-in-chief and longtime journalist?
No matter how much the world moves beyond our expectations and moves forward and progresses, in times of crisis, there is always a need for going back to the basics. And I think that's what at least me and my newsroom, this crisis taught, is that readership and us need exactly the basic things or the basic tools of journalism to survive. Tools that the so-called citizens journalism, that was the big thing a decade ago, does not possess, does not have. So if we improve on our basics, there is a way to survive any crisis.
Francesco, what about yourself? Alfred was just saying, no matter how developed we are and the profession may become as far as technology is concerned, you always have to go back to the basics. What has been your experience throughout these past 10 months and your main findings?
Yeah, I would say the main lesson was not as a professional, but as a human being, Let's never take anything for granted. But when you speak about journalism, I think that this crisis reminded us very much how much we provide a public service, that is a service to the public, and how important it is, because of course the priority is to survive, but it is important the way you survive to a crisis like this, because we should never forget that big crisis from economic or the pandemic that we are living through, very often they spill over the political side, they can affect democracy, they can affect the openness of our society. So I think especially in the society, our society is as working, and I hope, I really hope, striving towards surviving as open and democratic society. So crisis reminded, I think, us how important we are, or we should be for society as a whole.
Nadia.
Sorry, Ali, sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but we have some questions, I think.
Yeah,
One
yes.
is Fajana from Sarajevo. Sorry, thanks.
Right. If you allow me to bring in Nadia one more time to give her main lessons, then I'd be happy to include the question. Go ahead, Nadia.
I couldn't agree more with my colleagues. Yes, let's stick to the foundations of the journalism. Let's be professional. Let us serve the public, and let us use all the tools that are there for us. So the new ones, the old ones, and yeah, be professional. Be good journalists.
Be a good journalist. Be a professional.
Yeah.
We have five minutes.
We have
Yes.
a question in the room.
Okay, now I just need to remind you though, because this always happens, we keep reminding the audience to please be engaged and bring in questions, and then what happens often is that with 5 minutes before the end, a lot of questions are popping up. So let's take the question from Sarajevo first, and then time-wise, see how you're doing. Please go ahead, Sarajevo.
Hello to everyone from Sarajevo. My name is Aida Fazlic. I'm from the television of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What I want to know is how you're actually the cases in your medias when and how do you actually protect your journalists on field? Because the numbers are highly increasing in our country, from about 400 to 500 yesterday, and today over 900 cases.
Is anyone in particular that the question is being addressed to?
I'm interested in all of your experiences.
All right, so whoever wants to take that, Joanna, Alfred, Francesco, Nadia, please go ahead.
When the pandemic broke, everybody had to go home, so we had to work from home. And fortunately enough, I haven't had any of my colleagues go down with COVID-19. So out of sheer luck, we didn't have to go through that. But for a month and a half or two, I can't remember exactly now, everybody worked from home, so there was no contact.
That is very positive to hear, of course. Giovanna, Francesco, and Nadia, anything you would like to contribute?
Yes,
or,
well,
yeah, go ahead.
We are also a small newsroom, and we transferred to work from home since March. But I know from other newsrooms, for example, one TV station at the beginning of pandemic actually had an to take really extra measures before they actually left to pregnancy leaves, but they really had all those measures that were imposed only a month later for the whole country, so they had to do so. Also, as I said, during protests that we had in July, our colleagues who were on the streets were at high risk. So, but the newsrooms could not afford to protect so they could be isolated from their families. So basically, that's it, providing people with the face masks, disinfectants, and hoping that nothing is going to happen. Larger newsrooms had bigger problems because there is a higher circulation of people. So this spring and summer, if one of them got infected outside of his workplace, the newsrooms faced very soon with those escalations of somehow overcame it. Luckily, there was not a lot of hard cases, harder forms of COVID.
Yeah.
So that's it. But when we speak about protection, the only thing is you can do, because of the lack of the money, is just to let person go on a normal sick leave, which is here not a problem. The bigger problem was for workers in general, not just for journalists. While our system still tracked isolate yourself, but you cannot get sick leave from the job. And that was really huge problem until they found some mechanism. How can your doctor give you sick leave although you are not sick? You're just, you had contact with somebody who's infected and you're now waiting to see if you caught virus yourself.
Right. Oliver, being mindful of the time, Oliver Vujovic, do we have time for one more question? Resorting to you. Yes, I'm seeing the thumbs up. And I believe that question, if I'm not mistaken, Nadia, you were saying that there's a question from Slovenia coming?
Hello. Well, actually not from Slovenia, it's from Croatia.
Oh, from Croatia, I'm sorry.
Terribly sorry that nobody from Croatia had the opportunity to say something about situation with media. And for the question, I actually hope that we could have more time for discussion. This is how we used to work at Seemf Forums. But I would like to stress, and this is something that I very much agree with my colleagues, but generally, the most thing they facing the problem of finances, not only during the epidemic, but generally in our countries, in our part of the world. And what we are facing in Croatia is, of course, that lots of journalists have been fired, that most of the journalists, although they are highly educated and experienced professionals, they actually work for the wages which are under Croatian average. That there is something that was also mentioned in the latest report from the European Commission, that the biggest problem for independent media in Croatia are lawsuits against journalists and media. There were more than 1,000 lawsuits against journalists and independent media during 2019, and they are aimed at financially destroying independent media. My question is, what are European institutions doing? Because independent media in most of the new members of the European Union, and mostly in countries of Southeast Europe, are exterminated. They're dying out. Big media like national televisions, all televisions in general, who are owned by some foreign big media companies, are not facing really financial troubles. Financial troubles are faced by independent media, who actually on a weekly basis, because I'm working for Nacional Political Weekly, are disclosing a number of political affairs connected with corruption on the highest level. And of course, nobody wants to advertise with us. This is logical. So what are the European institutions doing? Is there any money in EU fund Next Generation to help independent media? Our authorities do not want to help us. They actually do not want us to exist. And this is the problem, which has less to do with pandemia, because we are professionals. We do not need recommendations how to do our jobs. And by the way, one thing, we have on a daily basis press conferences by our national crisis team. And that's enough. So I don't think that there is a big danger of spreading some fake news, because people who watch televisions, any television, can listen to information from the official authorities. So I don't think it's a big problem for independent media. There are much bigger problems which we are facing in our countries, and we, unfortunately, in this particular panel about how to survive, did not have opportunity to talk about. And my regards to all of you, best wishes in your countries, and my special regards to my dear Oliver in Belgrade.
All right, thank you so much for that input. Thank you so much. I think all four, Giovanna, Alfred, Francesco, and Nadia, have made it abundantly clear throughout the 75 minutes in this panel titled "I Will Survive" that this concept of struggling and being challenged financially as a journalist is far from being new, quite on the contrary, but certainly the pandemic might have accelerated and exacerbated the situation. Thank you so much to our four speakers, Giovanna, Alfred, Francesco, and Nadia, for providing their insight, sharing their experience, what they have been going through throughout the past 8 to 10 months in 2020. This wraps up the panel "I Will Survive." The Southeast Europe Media Forum will, of course, continue with much more input and interesting discussions. Oliver.
Thanks a lot, Ali. You did really great job. It was not so easy, and I would like to thank you really for doing this. And I think it's very good that we have you as a person with a lot of experience as a moderator. I would like to thank Ali, also, of course, Giovanna, Alfred, Francesco, and Nadia. And now we have a break. It is the lunch break, so you can enjoy a little to eat and drink something to refresh a little, and then we will continue 2:15. So till 2:15, and please be back 5 minutes earlier so that we can continue in time. And thank everyone.
Može, ali idem prvo njima sasad da se sliknu, organizirati. ciao. How's it going?
Hallo? Hallo, Felicia?
Hallo, hi.
Ja, ich wollte nur Hallo sagen und
Hallo.
wir sehen uns dann in 15 Minuten oder in 10 Minuten ungefähr. Live.
Alles klar, dann mache ich mich nochmal stumm.
Ja, okay, danke.
Super, tschüss.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Just a short information for everyone. We will start in 5 minutes. Please, slowly, slowly. If you can go to your venue and thanks. Information for MIDA. Just short information for MIDA. I will give a small introduction, and we have first a video, and then I will give a short introduction, and then you will be with your panel. Thanks. Yes, welcome back to everyone. We are continuing with our Southeast Europe Media Forum and again live over streaming, over internet and in 7 cities, in 7 towns where we have local hubs and participants. Before we start with the next panel, we will have a keynote from EBU Director General from Geneva, Mr. Noel Curran, who will give some introduction also to our next panel. As you know, probably most of you, EBU is one of the leading organization in Europe, well known through the Eurovision Song Contest. Everyone more or less in Europe know this song contest, but also EBU is doing more serious work, just not only music, but really very responsible work as world leading alliance of public service media. EBU is also a regular partner of the Southeast Europe Media Forum. So we are now continuing with the keynote, Mr. Noel Curran.
Hey everybody, great to join you. I wish I was joining you all physically and that we were all meeting up, but strange days, and this is another way of meeting that we're all getting very used to these days. Used to be you left your office and you're just worried whether you'd forgotten your notes. Now have you brought this with you or not? So I think we're all living the same life to some degree, and as the second wave begins to come back in so many countries, I think it's really important that events like this take time to reflect, to think about what has happened, to share experiences, to share the lessons, because it has been just an extraordinary year, an extraordinarily difficult year for people across Europe, and it's not over yet. In terms of public service media, a very important year, probably one of the more unprecedented in recent decades. I think what we've done is we've shown the value of what you do, the value of what public service media does right across the board in everything. And I'll talk a little bit in more detail, but right across from news, from covering public events, from covering government announcements, children's programming, arts programming, and support for the independent sector, as well as all of the entertainment programming, and all done against an incredibly difficult backdrop. And I think what we've seen is that the audiences have responded to that. They've responded in huge numbers, on an average increase of 20% on audiences for news bulletins, 40, 50, 60% increases in some countries. We've seen 40% increase in digital. We've seen increases in young viewers and young people accessing our TV programs, our radio programs, and most importantly, our online content. So we've seen a huge movement towards public service media. We've also, and this is one of our core values, we've also seen trust levels increase in some countries in extraordinary ways. Czech TV, 90% trust levels in output from Czech TV. And we've seen that in other countries, other broadcasters in the region and around Europe. So it has been an extraordinary time. It has been an extraordinarily difficult time. It continues to be. But there are things, positive things that we can take away from it. And I just want to talk a little bit about some of them. One of the most important areas of output for us was in children's and educational programming. And I have some of the figures here in terms of what happened. public service media reached 57% of kids every week with their TV services during March. That's extraordinary. We haven't had those kind of figures in a very long time. Children's average daily TV viewing time increased by 19 minutes in March and April against the previous months. And that trend was probably most marked in Southern Europe. PSM's online services also became really important with kids. Kids' websites' daily reach was up 2 to 3 times in April, May, compared to January, February. They're extraordinary figures, and people were tuning in because they were getting something they needed. And kids, who are a very fickle audience, came back and back and back. In terms of educational content was also really important for us. Public service media educational content reached 20% of kids in the first full week of lockdown in March. You know, we became the education portal when schools were shut and people were at home. And again, right across Europe, but particularly in your region, we saw some incredible examples of new formats, of old archive footage, new programming. You know, if you look at HRT, Czech TV, RTSH, RTV Slow were one of the first to launch live educational content. They were followed shortly afterwards by GPB, UAPBC and LRT. And they created new channels as well as launching new slots. LRT, for example, showed a daily 2-hour program, Life Lessons, which included educational content delivered by famous people, experiments, creative exercises, online quizzes, where kids could engage online with the hosts in the studio. And that interactive element was really important and was, you know, difficult to achieve, but became very important and a real success point for us. We shouldn't forget radio. Some of our radio-only members, like Polish Radio, also provided children's and educational content. I think one of the interesting things as well that we've seen over the last number of months is the role that traditional platforms played with kids. The daily viewing share for evening news bulletins was up 44% amongst that very elusive 14 to 24-year-old age group. That's a really, really astounding achievement. As NRK in Norway told us, they thought that the days of linear TV viewing for young audiences were over, when in fact we've shown that we can, with the right content, in the right circumstances, bring those younger audiences back. News was really important, again, for young audiences, where a lot of our members produced news output specifically for younger audiences, produced it in a new and innovative way to make it more attractive. We saw members engaging with celebrities, for instance, where RAI had a program where celebrities showed how to properly wash hands, simple thing, but a life-saving thing, and younger audiences tuned in. We also saw people like Czech TV working on daily news stories that children could relate to in a way that they understood. MTVA and many others focused on positive news and the good effects of spending more time with our families in the middle of all of the downbeat updates on COVID. Just having those kind of positive news, as well as involving celebrities in an educational message, worked really effectively. Entertainment programming was really important and very difficult to produce given all of the restrictions around social distancing, use of masks. But again, members were really creative, and particularly as the crisis developed, they found ways of still doing productions, interactive productions, asking kids to send in videos of them singing, bringing schools together. There was also a lot of innovative production. RTP, for instance, just one example, launched a new series of drama slots, Quarantine, which looked specifically at the challenges of lockdown and isolation of teenagers. So again, Quarantines was one of those programs that addressed with what was happening to them on a daily basis, and, you know, entertaining, but also part educational, and well done to everybody. I think delivering that kind of entertainment programming in the middle of a crisis where people are downbeat and where there is a lot of bad news, I think keeping that entertainment programming going is absolutely critical. So we have had some success with that audience, but we shouldn't kid ourselves or be naive about it. They are a difficult audience for us and for others. There's huge competition out there, huge amount of specialist channels and specialist ways of accessing that content. And we've seen that audience decline. You know, television's weekly reach for young people is 20% lower than that of the general population in Europe. We've seen that audience decline by 11% in the last 5 years. So it is a declining audience and a difficult audience, and it's scattered everywhere. But we've seen in the last 7 months that with the right programming, with the right focus, we can have success there. And I think that's the overall message from where we are now, is let's come away and look at the positives of what we've learned. Look at what we've done with trusted news, the kind of reach and impact that we've had. Look at how creative we've become, how relevant we've become. We have had the biggest impact of any media organizations during this crisis, and we shouldn't forget that. And the audiences and hopefully political figures and regulators and others have realized that as well. You know, we've seen family content become increasingly important, particularly during the lockdown phase. And, you know, we're all used to the scenarios of people watching 5 different programs in 5 different rooms, but that family experience did become more important over the last number of months, and I think people responded to that. But what is it that will preserve PSM, that will help us with all demographics, but particularly younger demographics, is distinctive home production, distinctive content, creative content, knowing what your audience want, making it available on devices that young people access. And I think that's the critical lesson over the last number of months, the critical lesson as we face into another difficult winter. But I think we've shown that we can respond. We've shown that we can rise to these very, very difficult events and occasions. And I think that's, we need to take some comfort from that and take some confidence from that and move forward with the lessons and learn from them and develop. Thank you.
So I think this was very useful, what was given as a keynote by EBU General Director Noel Curran, and connected to what he said, I think we can now directly continue to the panel where we will discuss also about the youth, young people, and connected also to the public broadcasting. And the third panel, the chairwoman is Ms. Majda Muminovic, sitting in Sarajevo. She's from Media Center Sarajevo, the director. So I would now leave Majda to continue, and of course with 4 panelists. So Majda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. This is Majda speaking from Sarajevo Hub. Allow me to wish you a warm welcome from sunny Sarajevo today to the last panel of today, where we will be talking about young people and how to attract them to media content. We have had several very interesting discussions today. We have tackled upon some of the topics that are rather challenging today, and some of them are even hard to face and hard to think about. The last topic of today is equally challenging, but I hope it will bring a little bit of more lighter mood to talk about the young people and the way we can attract them to use media content and to bring them to become knowledgeable about high quality content. I'm honored to announce 4 panelists who I will be talking with today on these matters. First of them, Felicia Reinstedt, head of Bremen Next, a station targeting specifically younger audience. And as Felicia explained to me earlier, Bremen Next is not just a radio station. It entails also podcast and strong social media presence, all equally important and equally invested in terms of production. With us today is also Lorik Arifai, joining in from Tirana. Lorik Arifai is Acting Deputy General Director of RTK, a public broadcaster in Kosovo. Lorik has been in TV since 2002, so to our conversation he brings 18 years of television broadcasting experience. RTK has 4 TV channels and they do produce specific youth-targeted content within their programming. With us today is also Petar Karaboev, with us from Sofia Hub. He is Deputy Editor-in-Chief and founding journalist of Dnevnik.bg. He has over 30 years of experience in international news and also digital transformation in media and society. Dnevnik is a general news site, online media, covering mainly current affairs. And last but not the least, Ivan Lovrecek is a managing director of VideoClick. It is a digital agency specialized in social video analytics, strategy in production. What VideoClick does is basically helps their audiences understand trends in media consumption and helps them design digital media strategies. So to start with, let's just bring in some general knowledge on media consumption habits among young people. So I will ask Ivan to help me understand a bit more about how young people of today are using media, what is most popular. We know by today, it's quite common knowledge that online media is predominantly what young people are choosing to use. We know that most of them are using and accessing news through social media. Most popular of one are Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok for younger generations, Facebook also, but with some decline in interest. We know that young people are less interested in political affairs. They are less interested and less active in political life. But what about the content that they do prefer? What is it that attracts most of their attention? And also just to introduce more to understand what young people we are talking about, I would say that the best is to maybe focus on those aged between 15, 16 to 25. So the youngest of millennials and maybe a bit older among Generation Z. So Ivan, are you with us and can you help me put some light on the media consumption habits of young people of today?
Thank you very much, Maida. Yes, I'm with you. Hello to all of you participants and guests here in Fajana. What we are seeing overall by following basically on a daily basis the figures and the numbers mainly from the social media is that the consumption is huge among younger demographics. It is amazing to see the reach of the videos and all of the content which goes through this distribution channel. But I would also like to point out in the previous keynote what we heard that over the last 6 months with the pandemic, we are seeing that it is also the social media channels of public stations of public media is grabbing more attention among younger audiences. Why is that? Probably younger audiences are trying to catch up with what is going on and they are finding these news sources relevant. But for public media, it is of course crucial to adapt and to format the content in the right way so that it can be consumed by the young audience. Between different social media platforms, we are seeing different patterns there. You said it yourself. Instagram is a special kind of social media, and consumption there is huge. What is interesting there among all audiences, especially among younger audience groups, is that on Instagram we have huge 10% of all posts on Instagram. For the media production, it is not such a huge distribution platform. YouTube is special in its own way. It is a long form we are calling it, and when we are discussing it to our clients, we are saying, you know, when you're producing content for YouTube, it needs to be evergreen. Why? Because it is being consumed not instantly, but it can be consumed over weeks and months to come, and this is what young people love. Facebook is incredibly strong, especially in video. Over the last year and a half, they changed the algorithms, so video is being pushed higher up in the newsfeed, and it is grabbing attention of all the kids. And the last one you said yourself is TikTok. I mean, it's amazing what you can see and what you can find on TikTok, and it's right now it's a bit difficult to understand all the trends, but it is rapidly developing, and news media or media overall is having a hard time to find its place on new social networks like TikTok is.
Thank you, Ivan. I would like to address my next questions to Lorik Arifai. So RTK produces shows who are particularly for the young people. Being a public broadcaster, in your view, do you think that you managed to attract your audiences with your programs? Are you satisfied with the response that you are receiving from young audiences to your programs that you are producing?
Okay, hello everyone. I agree with you that we produce different quality programs for youth and youngsters, but we are not satisfied with the reach that we get from them for a lot of reasons. First of all, Kosovo has has 1.7 million citizens, from which almost 70% of them are below 40s. That means that, and majority is not even 20. So basically we have very young population that is more attracted to these platforms of programs like Netflix, HBO, and Amazon, and also the social networking, as you mentioned, TikTok and Snapchat, Facebook, and Instagram. To adopt with this new technologies, we have also created our application, RTK Live application, and also some programs that are for kids, such as Quiz 1, 2, 3, Go, that is competition between schools. We have created a show for teens that is called Us, that talks about problems and innovations, and also adventures for preschool kids that are below 7 years old, and also for youngsters, a show called Loud that this rumors. But what is more interesting is that after this pandemics, most of youth have returned to traditional media, and they are watching more TV than they used to watch before. And what they have to watch in TV, because of the situation that is Kosovo right now, beside pandemics, we are undergoing also, as you know, dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia that is intermediated between EU and US. And we have special chambers that are in Hague that are trying supposedly the crimes that were the audience is fed up with politics. Because of this, we have also added to our platforms, YouTube channel and Facebook, customized news to cut the news, not to broadcast full bulletin of news in the platforms, but single news items that sometimes reach more views than a whole bulletin.
Thank you. Do you, when publishing your media content on social media networks, in certain ways for social media publishing, or do you just use the same content just transfer to social media? Do you do any changes to the content to make it more user-friendly for social media young audiences?
70% of the material one social news sector, where we broadcast 56 seconds of the stories with the text that has bigger letters in order so audience can find it more attractive. But unfortunately, as you might know, the public broadcasters in the region suffer a lot from financial issues, and it's very difficult to invest in more tactical, or if I can use animated things, because they cost too much. And as you might know, RTK, Radio Television of Kosovo, has a budget, the lowest budget maybe in the world, 11 million euros, that from which 9 million are for salaries. And with 2 million, I don't think that somebody can improvise more than we do now, because it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. Let us move on to Felicia. Radio Bremen Next is youth program. So from our point of view, from countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Albania, Kosovo and others, to have such distinguished programmatic niche seems like complete luxury, to be able to produce programs specifically for youth. Please tell us, what is it that makes Bremen Next the youth channel? What is it that you produce that makes you specifically youth program? What kind of programming do you do?
We do have a radio program, but we also do have quite a big content outlet on social media, especially on Instagram, on TikTok, and on YouTube. We are still on Facebook, but in Germany, Facebook is not for the young people anymore. And we see that the parents and the grandparents are on Facebook, but the young people are not on Facebook anymore. So we produce specific contents for all those platforms. The interesting thing might be that Radio Bremen doesn't have such a big budget at other broadcast stations in Germany, but we have to prioritize all the time what we want to do. And when we have a topic we want to talk about, we think, what can we do in the radio? And we also think what we can do in social media. And most of the time it's quite different. And we know that we have people who follow us on Instagram and who follow us on TikTok, but don't listen to the radio anymore. Because in Germany, young people, especially 15 to 20 years old, just 1 out of 2 still listens to the radio. So there's a big shift to the non-linear program and the on-demand program. And we recently also launched 2 podcast formats for specific audiences. And so it's a selection of different kinds of content we produce for the platforms.
And tell me, please, what topics do you address when preparing programs for youth? Do you cover political issues? Do you cover health issues? How do you select these topics to attract young audiences? What is it that they care about?
Well, all different kinds, and I actually wouldn't say that young people are not political. Well, they might be political in a different way. You can see that with Fridays for Future and how they protest for the environment. And when you address specific topics to them that are interesting to them in a way that they can relate, for example, perspectives in their future, talking about education, talking about jobs, talking about paying for the rent. If you not talk about politicians talking to each other, but get more precise what the topics are, then we feel that a lot of young people can relate. And we cover all different kinds of topics. We have political, educational things on our program, but we also have, of course, entertainment programs and lots of music in the radio program. Specific music in Germany, hip-hop music and electronic music is quite hot right now. So this is the kind of music genres we focus on. And we also, on YouTube, we do different things than we do on Instagram. There we have more music content. On Instagram, we more have like regional, political information content, for example. That differs from platform to platform.
Would you agree that today the social media presence is a must for any media outlet in order to attract and keep younger audiences?
Yes, definitely. And I think for us as journalists, it must be like doing our job is to bring, the platforms have changed. So we have to find the people. It's not like we're sending out our program hoping that people will get it somewhere. We have to put more effort in it. And the media consumption, especially among young people, is changing rapidly. When we started Next, like 4 years ago, young people were still on Facebook, for example, but now we see we don't have to produce for Facebook anymore. it changes, and we as journalists and people who want to bring content out to the people, good quality public content, we have to keep our eyes open and see where those people are.
How do you learn about what resonates well with young people? Do you rely on some audience research, and do you have that accessible in Germany, like similar in a way, like for example, Ofcom does in UK? Is there periodical research on audiences that you can rely upon to do your programming?
Yeah, there are bigger researches that show us like what people are doing online, or if people still listen to the radio or to the TV. But you can also do like specific research in a nutshell. When we started our podcast, for example, we invited some young people to listen to it and to just give us direct feedback. And we get a lot of feedback from our community. And actually our staff is really, really young. Most of the people that work at Bremen Next have their first job at Bremen Next. So they bring that specific perspective within. There are some journalists, some older people like me, but most of them are like really young, and for them it's really, really natural to act on social media and to produce for social media.
Thank you, Felicia. I have a question for Petar now from dnevnik.ba. So dnevnik.bg is a general news site. And when we were talking before about the work that you do, I understood that you don't really indulge these audience preferences for online content to be short, to be hyper interactive, to be very user friendly. You say that you stick to your to the forms that are a bit more traditional because you believe that these that this is important to have these longer forms to present the right context and the right way to approach the news. So tell me, do you have younger audiences for such kind of content for dnevnik.bg?
Yes, definitely. But first of all, we should make some points about what Dnevnik is, how it appears, and what we understand by young audience. First of all, just in short, Dnevnik was started 20 years ago by the publishing house in Bulgaria, which internationally can be translated as a kind of economist group, meaning we are focused mostly on decision makers in the country, from broad spectrum, from politicians to businessmen to NGOs, and we are organizing many events, conferences, etc. So you should think about the Dnevnik as a kind of an economist. Second, unfortunately for 20 years, this edition was subject of constant pressure by the power and government. They don't like us because we are just professionally doing our job. And recently we even started to talk about the so-called SLAP process, which means strategic lawsuits against public participation, meaning trying to gag the specific media because it's critical to the government and power. But thinking about young people, of course, we think that we should be focused on the group of 19 to 24. It's questionable what the young audience means nowadays. Some people say it starts from 15 and ends in 42 years, but we prefer to speak about 1924. Second, you should take a note that in Bulgaria, in this specific group, 1924, so-called needs, non-employment education or training are 20%, meaning every fifth of them is need. So it's very hard to reach this part of population. And second, Bulgaria is a rather large country in terms of population. Speaking about the Southeastern Europe, it's 7 million, rather sad. Why? Because in shrinking minority, shrinking, I mean, I will give you numbers. In 2008, young Bulgarians in the group 15-24 were 13%. Last year, they were less than 9%. So this is very fastly shrinking part of society, which we are trying to reach, and we are not trying to reach each and every one of them. We are trying to reach the ones who are well-educated, interested in civic activity, participating in different organizations. And we know them very well, I think, because we are measuring them, paying not only Google Analytics, but paying to the poll agencies in Bulgaria to make a profile of this audience. And finally, the problem with young Bulgarians is that because they are shrinking minority, talking about them in Bulgarian media is conversation not about what are their problems, but more about what problem adults have with it, with this group, which is making our job more and more difficult, meaning that if you want, as a member of this kind of media, to work specifically with young audience, you should pay the special attention first. Second, you need resource allocation, meaning when you have a staff with journalists which are responsible for, let's say, 7 to 10 departments or topics, it's very hard to pick someone of them and say, look, you should work with the young audience. Third, you need training on how to know this audience, where it is, what kind of social media they're using, how fast this tribe is shifting from Facebook to TikTok or to YouTube, or they're going directly to specific platforms in the social media. So it's very hard to use infotainment, because I heard that you can always mix something to sell the story to them because they are interested in celebrities, in infotainment. How you sell by infotainment, let's say, story about the coronavirus or stock market or irresponsible politician? You can do it, but you can't do it just as a something, as a, you can do it from 1 to 3 and that's it.
Thank you. You mentioned that you commissioned some of your own research to understand better your audiences. Is there some research available on audiences and consumption media habits in Bulgaria in general?
Could you please explain a little bit more on this?
Is there available research done maybe by some state agency that monitors the trends in media consumption among different groups?
Yes, we do have once, and a couple of, usually this is done by a couple of NGOs. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung media program is doing it too. But as a private media, we prefer to know our audience very specifically, very focused on target. So that's why we are making polls. Usually we are using Gemius poll agency, and we know quite well our audience. I'm not speaking about using GDPR information because this is very specific and strict instrument in European Union, but because of using polls, which are on a pop-up windows, usually something like a once per 3 months, we know very well our readers, their education, do they speak foreign languages, where do they live, where they study, what's their income, how often they're traveling abroad, when they bought the last smartphone, when they change it to the very new one, how they are using and consuming content from Dnevnik, where, when they're in the metro, at home, or at the office. So all this information is helping us to profile and reach these, and it's very, very important because we think that even though we don't have enough very small group, we know that we are popular among these young people, 19, 24. We have a good and high reputation as a news media, and they're very loyal. They stay with us. And I will give you an example. Of course, coronavirus pandemic is a huge source for interest and for media to reach to its audience. So since March, we saw doubling of our readership. of our users, something constantly staying above 2 million users unique. In a country of 7 million, it's quite well. And we know that the audience of 1924 and 25 plus is expanding and they are staying with us. So that's why this metrics is very, very important to us.
Thank you. Ivan, I would like to extend this question to you. How much can broadcasters learn about their audiences and how much they can sense the pulse of the community by tracking the activity on social media? How much can we learn and how much can we use this information to improve programming of any media and public broadcasters as well?
Well, I think that's crucial to be even considered by the younger audiences, and finally to give them the proper content. And this is what we do. I mean, data is crucial. Understanding of data, how to read consumption habits of the audiences. I would just like to add also what Peter said. We have a category in Croatia which popped up in one of the researches which was, I think, published a year ago. And this is the category of so-called unreachables. So unreachables in Croatia are 20% of population. The average age of unreachables is, I think, 31 years. So it's very young. And these are the people who are spending 3.5 hours per day on internet, and they watch only one video per day on TV or traditional source, and they watch 15 videos per day on online, social media or web pages. Only with this data, you can see that, you know, there is a huge amount of people, of audiences to whom traditional media, through traditional broadcasting channel, let's say, they are not addressing them at all, unless they are present on the internet platforms and especially on social media. So I would say that for public broadcasters, it is crucial, and especially in the territories like this region is, which is quite active on social media. You need to reach these audiences by creating strategy, by creating formats, and by somehow establishing the environment for proper social media and online storytelling. This is what you need. And also what Felicia said is, of course, I mean, it is up to young people, young content creators, journalists who should do it. They understand it much better than my generation. And they should be given proper tools to produce this kind of content. And that's the best way to be competitive and to reach the unreachables or the younger generations.
Thank you. That brings me right to my next question about resources that are needed for good youth. Felicia, I would like to ask you to tell us more about the team who is working for you. When we were talking yesterday, you emphasized how important for you is to have young people in your team who are actually doing the programming. Can you tell us more about what that brings to the quality of your program, having young people work for Bremen Next team?
Our focus is to produce program for our community, from the community. That means that young people can choose what kind of topics they want to talk about and in what way. So we have people who came to us from all different sectors, people who are working at a bar or working as a DJ, and who were just interested and had an opinion and had to say something. So we gave them training on the job, continuously training on the job. And I think I have worked in different offices, in different journalistic offices, and I think perspectives makes a program really lively, and this is a very important, the direct contact with our community. So most of the content we send out, if it's via radio or if it's via social media, produces reactions by the audience. For the radio, it's via WhatsApp. We have lots of comments or voice messages via WhatsApp. And in other terms, on Instagram, it's via comments. contents. And that's very important to us, to have a dialogue with our audience, and not just that they can send in their opinion, but also that we can discuss with them. So we have a position called community manager, a person who publishes our content on social media, but also is in direct contact with people who comment on our contents and discusses with them. And it also happens that people come to us and say, we want to make, can you make content about that specific topic? And then we contact the people, and this is what keeps the interaction going and what's really, really important.
You also mentioned that you do on-the-job training. So can you tell us a bit more about the knowledge sets and the skill set that you find most important for working with young people? What is it that you train your staff in? Is there something particular that you would like to emphasize?
Well, it depends. I mean, especially when you produce content for different platforms, you have specialists in all different areas. You also have like generalists who have like a great overview of all the different kind of things, a strategic overview, but you also have specialists in different areas, for example, video producers that don't have to be radio presenters. And then you do have radio presenters that don't have to be community managers. So we look at the skill set that people bring, and we try to make it better, and also to give them journalistic basics. I think this is like one of the core points. Everyone has to understand what are the important journalistic basics, and then there are specialists in their area.
Thank you. That seems quite interesting and important. A couple of years ago, we were all talking about how the most popular job posts today didn't even exist a couple of years ago. Many media outlets today are looking for social media manager and social media strategist, something that maybe a decade ago was completely unheard of. So we can see that this need to generate these new skills that don't even exist as proper professions until today are quite important to be around in the media outlets in order to engage with young audiences. So thank you for that. Lorik, I would like to ask you, I know that you also in your youth programs, you're also working a lot with young people on the production of the youth content. Can you please tell us more about these young people that you engage, and how you engage them, where do you recruit them from, and how do they actually contribute to the content production for the youth on RTK?
Okay, for the programs of the youth, we usually make memorandum of understanding with the schools and the colleges that they attend, and also because we are not able to pay them as they are minors, and there is no law to pay minors in public institution in Kosovo. So we engage and we change them every year. So they are engaged for a purpose of 1 year. Then they undergo trainings, because we have a branch of EBU Academy in Kosovo in RTK, and we have 12 licensed trainers who train them to work on the youth content. Also, we have, during these courses, we have also smart appliances training for them. So everybody does all the work on their own with the smart phones that are attached with tripods and all the other necessary equipment. So basically the young journalist goes to the field, shoots, edits, and makes it ready for the production by himself. What is also interesting is that in a recent survey that we have done, and we didn't publish it yet because there are some focus groups that we need to work on, is that young audience wants us to produce more sitcoms than these educational programs that we are obliged by law, and we cannot skip them. So basically now we are already broadcasting that we produce by ourselves, that reaches 1 episode up to 5 as of our population. And based on the statistics that I collected from YouTube during recent 90 days, the most audience is 18 to 24. The second most important for this category of age is news bulletin, and the third is investigative magazines that we do 2 for a week.
Thank you. Petar, I would like to ask you about, do you have any experience with allowing internships for young journalists in your newsroom? Is this something that you would consider as a way to attract more younger audiences from the youth perspective?
Yes, definitely. Each summer we have interns, and I would like to say that I'm really respected and I like them very much. Very bright-minded, smart young people. And I would have to say that a couple of years ago, it was a case when I have an international desk in Dnevnik, mostly of young journalists, less than 30 years old, and you should believe me that they spoke 6 languages. Each and every one was speaking 2 foreign languages. Some of them were speaking Arabian. So I have very great respect to young people. So we are inviting, always open for internships in our news media, which is something like between 1 and 3 months long. It depends on the student. Second, I have to say that there is always a context of this internship, and it comes from the specific universities and departments. And I will give an example. A couple of months ago in Sofia was the general director of one of the major, probably the biggest German public media, Deutsche Welle, a company with something like a 240 million euros per year budget. And he visited Department of Journalism and Public Relations here in Sofia. Very short explanation what they're doing. And he said, as a former journalist, I prefer Q&A sessions, so the floor is yours. And there was a silence in the room, very long, uncomfortable silence. Room full with 150 people. And he said, wait a second, please raise a hand. Who among you here is studying journalism and who is PR? And journalists were something like not more than a third of them. And they were silent. There was no protest, no an agreement, no I want to say something. I don't agree with you. Second example, American professor was visiting in Sofia and visited the same department, which is a very good place to study journalism. Mm-hmm. And he shared that he was extremely surprised when he asked a very basic and important question, why are you here? What are you doing here? And most of them said, I'm here because I want to say something, to tell something to the society. He said, wow, this is probably not the exact and right approach. So we are inviting and accepting with pleasure young people interested in journalism. But with this background and starting point, we have to some extent to re-educate them what the profession's basics are. And speaking about the social media, you raised the question about the presence. In Bulgaria, Facebook is still the master. Facebook, Instagram, we have Twitter, we have, I think, something on TikTok we are trying, but because we don't have specific position working on this, we're just using this to push content. We know the power of this, but we are not strong in this. We don't have resources to work hardly on this, which means that young Bulgarians are left out to the social media power, and there is a jungle out there.
All right, thank you. We cannot talk about youth programming without talking also about the financial resources required to do so. It doesn't come cheap to produce content of public interest, be it education, politics, public health. Usually these are not very popular topics among advertisers. So I can only imagine that it is quite a challenge to make peace between interests and also having substantial audiences to attract. So Lorik, do you have, how do you cope with financing the youth programming in RTK? Is it substantial enough to attract some advertising revenue, or do you rely solely on the funds that you receive from the government, from the public funds?
Unfortunately, there is no person interested in advertising in youth program, because most of the companies, they want to advertise only before political debates and before the news bulletin, and especially in the sitcoms with product placement. Although our marketing is very limited because we are public broadcasters and we have to fulfill the obligations by independent media commissions that we are obliged to have only 10 minutes within 1 hour of marketing. We have, as I mentioned, we have very young population, and the average of even journalists in the newsroom doesn't exceed 25, and the management doesn't exceed 40 years old. So basically all our stuff is young, although we produce also content for older people, but for the youngster, we do not have enough financial funds to produce quality programs that we might want our audience to watch. For example, I have 8 years old daughter. She speaks fluently English, as all kids in Kosovo, because I can guarantee you that more than 80% of kids speak English, and she will not watch programs that our broadcaster produces because she understands the English language, and the quantity and the quality that is offered in the internet and is more paid and is much better than the ones that we can afford to produce for them.
Okay. Ivan, is there a way for public broadcasters and outlets to monetize their presence on social media? What do trends say about this?
Well, it's a challenge for all the media, not only the public media. You're very well aware that the advertising budgets worldwide are split now in a way that, big social media platforms are gaining more and more money and eating more and more budgets from traditional media, and that also reflects the public stations and public media service. It is difficult, but I would always encourage media companies, media newsrooms to try different models which are open for them as well. Through YouTube, on Facebook, it's a bit more difficult, and there is always a way to monetize through them. It's more difficult to gain sponsorships, of course, for public stations. It is, I would say, even mission impossible for that. But that also maybe goes into the direction of the discussion of how to finance, what's the future of financing of public media. My opinion always about public stations is, they have to have this universal approach. That means that they have to address all different segments of the audience. If they're not addressing young audiences, but only, let's say, the older ones, 40 plus, then they are not fulfilling their public service. So they need to invest, to reinvest, to reorganize, to find the money, to invest into the ways how to reach younger audiences, because they will never gain them. They will lose them.
You believe that it is actually an investment. It's not a cost to be present at social media, rather than a smart investment to attract audiences, right?
Yes, exactly. You need to invest. It's one of these tipping points in the media evolution. It's not a revolution, it's evolution, and it is not the first time that it's happening. So imagine when TV came out to radio, it was a huge investment. And it followed up by the advertising models, monetization models, and all the rest. Now we are at a tipping point where media needs to invest in digital to find their place there. I think that monetization will come. It has to come.
To share with us an example that does a very good job in maintaining social media presence that targets youth. Is there something that you can select from top of your head that you would indicate as a good example of how this can be done?
Well, there are a lot of examples when different medias are trying out to reach younger audiences. Um, Honestly, I haven't seen one which has lived long enough to be proclaimed very successful. We are in kind of experimentation phase where people are experimenting, evaluating, and trying to find out the results. I always I think that we have locally here Croatian national television, which is trying to adapt, trying to produce something which also attracts younger audiences. They created a youth channel, I think, on YouTube. So this is all about raising up your audiences. You have to learn them how to use the content. You have to make them aware that you exist, that your brand exists, because they don't consume the brands, and they are not, their brand awareness about the media is much more different than of our generation. They simply don't know that you exist if you are not present from their a super young age on YouTube with some channel, then in adolescent age with other type of channel platform. So you need to follow them, and they will come back once to your, they will come back to you when they will grow up. It is raising up the audience. We need to teach them how to use media, what to consume, how to consume. That's the responsibility of our generation.
I will get back to the raising of audiences. Before that, I just want to check with Felicia about the financing mechanisms for Bremen Next. It's a public broadcaster, so I assume that you are funded completely by public funds, right?
First of all, I would like to support what's just been said. Addressing the young audience is just an investment for the future, and public service in Germany is paid by all the people in Germany, the young people and the old people. So this is our duty to also produce content for young people and to check out where to find them and to get the content to the young people. And concerning your questions, yes, we are funded by the people, but we do have advertising in the radio, but only in the radio. We can't advertise on social media, but we can have a little bit of sponsoring when we do off-air activities like events.
You organize events, so these events are also, I assume, do they, how would you call them? Are these educative events, gatherings? What is the theme of these events?
Well, actually, this year we haven't produced so many events, of course, because of COVID. We just had small music sessions with social distancing events kind of way, but we have big club events, also school events, where we bring like live acts, interesting artists to schools. We also had school discussions, and we also have like a training program, like a media training program for schools, where we teach them how to get in contact with media, and also to be transparent, to show them what a journalist does and what we want to do, and just to give them like a little insight. When they're on social media, they're confronted by every kind of news, and they don't see the sources. So this is also a very important part for us, to help them to check the right sources, to check information, to get the correct information also on social media.
So basically that would be topics under the umbrella of media literacy, right? Helping them understand better the media environment, what the media is for, what is the purpose. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, yeah.
That's quite interesting. Petar, do you believe that by producing high quality media, we are also helping raise the bar for audiences on what to expect and to seek better and more professional media literate audiences?
Definitely, but first of all, I would say that the audience is rising the bar for journalists too. Because if the young people want to see explanation who is Donald Trump in a minute video or less than a minute long, so
Yes.
you have quite a challenge. Can you do it? You should do it. It doesn't matter how old are you. So, of course, providing the audience and our readers with a quality information is very important. And we probably, you know, that for the last more than 3 months in Bulgaria, there were street protests against the government and corruption, etc. And we had a unique moment to go out on the street and to meet many young people, because a significant part of participants in these protests are young people. Many of them came back to Bulgaria because of a COVID blockade across Europe. And suddenly you meet them, you talk to them. This is very important to talk about young people with them, not through their parents or their neighbors or whatever. And suddenly you see very smart young people who are interested in environment, corruption, human rights. Oh my God, human rights. I mean, violence against women, children rights, sexual orientation rights. Corruption, as I said, topic number one, travel and food. And suddenly you have a laboratory on the street to go out and to see and talk to them. And trying to make a news acceptable and understandable to teenagers. So this is raising the bar for journalists to keep the high quality and use the modern, very small, frequent formats and follow the tribe. Know that where the young people are, where they are moving, because you might stay on Facebook, but they're already on some platform that you'd never heard about it, which is Asian or whatever. So this is really very important. And the last thing, in just 2 sentences, unfortunately, in Bulgaria, media is in a position to do the job of the institutions. And I'm not speaking about the government, I'm speaking about all of the institutions. And I will give you a very specific example. I know the case with a girl who became very successful in the field of biology. She went with the national team of school children, high school children, to the World Olympiad of Biology and came back to Bulgaria with a medal, bronze medal. The only ones who were interested in these children at the moment were only the media. They did their job. They presented and told their story of these 4 young guys to the audience, and that's it. There was nothing like a congratulation and thank you from the Ministry of the Youth. We have this one. Nothing like from the Ministry of Education. Nothing from the Prime Minister, who is person who likes to be enjoyable and liked by the audience very much. Nothing from the President, who is patron of this kind of event and successful stories. Even a letter like, thank you, the nation is proud of you. Why should the media do all of the job of these institutions? It's our responsibility to say thank you to these children, but it's not only our responsibility. So we are trying to make them happy and do even this job.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you about the financing mechanisms. How do you finance your work? And do you think that, do you have access to some EU funds maybe that non-member countries don't, to produce and to encourage some youth programming? Are you aware of any?
As you heard from the previous participants, it's not easy to find money for specific youth programs.
Yes.
If you are not a public media. Second, advertisers are interested in people who have money to spend, which means that the young audience, the very young one, is not in this position. So they are focused on a group I mentioned, 1924, as a future money spenders. So it's not easy, second, not easy to find money from the private advertisers. But happily, because of European Union programs, and I mean not specifically even the money for spreading broad information from, let's say, European Parliament, or specific programs from European Commission, different commissars and directors there. You can participate, spend money on programs for youth generation. You can hire journalists and paying them not whole of the money, but at least part of it, sometimes half of it with this money. It's thankfully we have this kind of sources, but this is not a sustainable model. I have to admit it. It's not sustainable. You can hire someone, let's say, for a year or 2 years at the very best, but what you can do in, let's say, in 6 months or in a year, who will come to pick up this job seriously, knowing that the program term expires in 8 months or a year. So we are trying to balance playing with, let's say, 3 to 4 balls, keeping them in the air, trying not to lose any one of them, but it's not easy. Really, financing journalism for young generation is not easy, but we are doing it.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. We know that young people spend a lot of time online consuming media content that is not necessarily produced by the media outlets. A lot of young people are watching peer-made content, YouTubers, bloggers, their peers basically producing content that is media content, but not necessarily the media content that we understand when we talk about the media environment. And we are aware that these influencers and these other sources of media content are basically draining the market and draining the audiences, taking them away from traditional outlets, even the online ones, to some other sources of entertainment and information. Ivan, is this something that TV stations, radio stations, and online media can actually cope with? Can we hold on to audiences, and can we compete with these content producers that are grasping a lot of attention, that are not basically media, that are individuals producing all sorts of online content?
I think the answer is that media needs to find a way how to cope with these issues. And I know a couple of examples here regionally where bigger media companies are acquiring so-called influencers and or YouTube, Instagram, Facebook stars who are not, journalists to produce content under the umbrella of a bigger media companies. And I think that's a fair model. That's a good model. It also, I think both sides are getting something from that, the so-called influencers and the media companies, because basically through them they are buying the reach to the young audiences. And they are also helping the media companies to understand the consumption patterns of the young audiences. So I think that the model is good. But as I think Felicia said earlier, it would be great if they would all get a journalistic base, if they would be taught how and what journalism and what media actually is. And what I always say when I'm talking to younger colleagues, I believe that media is all about responsibility. So you need to act responsible on social media, and unfortunately what we are seeing from a social media side is there's a lot of irresponsibility from the platform itself, but also from the individuals who are appearing there. So I would say that identifying these individuals, influencers, who would work under the umbrella of bigger established media companies is a model which already lives well, and maybe that's one of the ways how to raise and get more younger audiences to the traditional channels.
Thank you. Felicia, do you have any experience with this, with influencers in Germany? How do you acquire audiences?
We don't at Prenext, but there's a big public network provided by all the public radio or broadcast stations in Germany, which is called Funk, and they cooperate with influencers. They have their shows, And I mean, it's a reality we have to cope with. But young people are also not stupid. They can see when influencers get bought by big companies, when they have like really big advertisement in their program. So this is actually the value we have. We can still produce content and good content and also personal content without being bought by a big company and getting money for it. And this is what we also have to tell young people. That is the difference, that our information we give out is not paid and is not led by certain interests.
Thank you. Lottie, could you say that in Kosovo you're also competing with so-called influencers? Are they taking a lot of attention of young audiences there as well?
Yes, yes, of course. What we do, we sometimes include them in our shows through service agreement contracts. And also we have a strategy that whenever we launch a new show, we invite the first guest people that have very influence, that are very famous VIPs or bloggers that have very huge number of followers. And we ask them to promote our shows through their accounts that are public. So immediately we know that when we gain a lot of clicks in YouTube and a lot of views in Facebook, we know that it is because of their influence in our show. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that.
Okay, thank you. I understand that we have a question. And the question is from?
Hi. Well, the way that I understood this whole debate is that approaching younger audiences through media is a double challenge. You have to have a very specialized content, and then you have to have a very special form in order to spark interest in younger people. That's why some shorter news and video content and memes and pictures are something that are much easier to produce. But how to spark interest in younger people in regards to investigative stories? So my question here would be, do any of you, or do any of you know any journalist who has tried a specific route to bring investigative stories and investigative journalism closer to younger people? And also another short question, since I myself work at a specialized news portal for youth and education. In your countries, how big are the specialized media for youth? How many specialized media outlets or portals or radio stations do you have, and how big of a community do they attract?
Thank you so much for the question. I understood that the question is for all our panelists, so maybe all of them might want to address the answers, specifically about the investigative journalism and how to spark interest of young people in a bit more serious content such as that one. So who might want to go ahead first?
I can say something, because in Germany we actually have some examples of young investigative reporters who have specific YouTube channels. They are from public service and that are very, very successful. I have some examples. They're German, of course, in podcast and from YouTube. It's the Y Collective, for example. It's one of the most popular Funk formats. And they have one investigative story a week. If it's about fake news, if it's about haters on the internet, all different kinds of stories. And it's received very, very well by the community.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to answer the question? Please. Lorik.
Okay, through the measures that we have from YouTube, our investigative magazine is the third most reached show in all that we produce. It means that, and the majority of the audience is 18 to 24 years old. This is because we have created a special department of investigative journalism where we have engaged the journalists with special contracts called like journalist specialists. And they produce 2 magazines weekly that are broadcasted in prime time every Thursday and Friday. One of them, this one of Friday, is now also broadcasted in Albanian public broadcaster Radio Television of Albania Channel 2 in the same time. 3 days ago, our journalist won the best prize in Kosovo for investigative story. This is one of the reasons why we are still top of the viewers because of the trust and impartiality. But when it comes to the young programs for youth, we cannot invest too much, as I mentioned, because of the budget. Otherwise, the scheme and the hierarchy functions very well, and the engagement of the youth is more than predicted, but the financial situation complicates all the things.
Okay, so it seems like it is possible to attract younger audiences with investigative journalism content. And about the other question was about basically the size and if I understood correctly, the strength of these media youth programs in different countries. So maybe Felicia, you can address this given the size of the market in Germany. Are there many other outlets similar to Bremen Next, targeting specifically youth audiences?
As we are a regional program, and the public broadcast system in Germany has a federal structure, a regional federal structure. There are more radio, social media programs there. They're not exactly like Bremen Next. We are definitely the youngest of all of them. Some of them address an audience from 25 and older. And also what I mentioned before, the content network Funk, which addresses young people with video and audio content from 12 to 30. They have different sections for those young people. And also in the private sector, there are young radio stations, there are also young social media and online magazines. Yeah, there is quite a market, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And Peter, what about in some specific media outlets that you know of that are operating successfully, targeting only younger audiences?
I wouldn't say it like this. There are a lot of programs on the TV stations, public and private one. There are a lot of magazines, lifestyle mainly, but nothing which is recognizable as a youth media, definitely. But I would like to say something on the first question about using the
yes, please.
digital platforms for investigative journalism. We had a clear example recently in Bulgaria. There is a famous group of investigative journalists, let's call them this way, which are producing very interesting stories. And when they announce them, they're using a lot of information. They're publishing a lot of information to read it and to watch it. But secondly, they're producing and publishing at the same moment a video on YouTube, which is quite long, which is very well produced for TV audience. So suddenly you can share it explosively all across the whole fan of media opportunities. So yes, you can use it for spreading information. But speaking about specifically younger audience, half jokingly, I will have to say that they say that there are 3 things that are interesting on internet. First is, can it kill me? The second one, can I eat it? And the third one is, can I make sex with it? So there is a talking that millennials are losing interest to the third part, but let's stick to the first, the first and second. It's always easy and simple to make a very short clip, environment disaster somewhere in the country, or legal import of toxic waste, or something wrong happened with a food processing plant in Bulgaria, using 10 seconds just to to channel the audience to the main investigation story. So there is still a hope in this, I believe.
Thank you. I hope our audience member is satisfied with the answers. Do we have any more questions from the audience at this point? I will use the time that we have left just to ask one more question to all panelists. We have been talking today about how the COVID-19 pandemic made people come back to traditional media. And some research that we have done in Media Center indicates that actually young audiences have shown greater interest in traditional media, particularly in TV during the time of pandemic. Do you think that this can be used as an opportunity to, now that they have come to look for content on more traditional media, to somehow keep them and to keep them further attracted to the content that we produce? So maybe each one of you can just say a few sentences about the impact of COVID. Have you seen any changes in your programming and in the interest of audience to what you do during the pandemic?
I can say from the perspective of daily overview of the market that, as I said, this is the tipping point in media evolution, and also COVID situation and the change of the environment, I think, is another boost into this direction, where public media especially should use this environment where there is a much more attention on them, even from the younger audiences, to show what they can do and how they can use social media to not only to attract them, but I think the more difficult is to keep them and to retain the audiences. It's a moment which should be used by media to build the credible digital operations.
Thank you. Lorek, would you agree with this? And do you see an opportunity for this in this period, even though it sounds maybe a bit awkward to talk about opportunities during hardship like this? But do you see this situation when you have the audience, younger audiences, increasing in your shares to produce more relevant content for them?
It is true that there is a huge change of the behavior of the viewers towards traditional media. We have to maintain these relations with our audience through providing them more attractive and better program. Of course, as RTK, we dedicated a specific channel for e-learning, that is because of pandemics in schools that cannot attend lessons because of some infected people in that areas. We have to adopt a new strategy post-COVID, I think. I don't know how much this will last, in order to maintain the same audience with the same hours spent in television. It is very hard. I am mentioning several times of financing, but the finances make the difference, because in order to offer something, you need to have money to produce it.
Okay, thank you. Peter, do you have any remarks on this, on the changes brought to media consumption, to your media during the pandemic?
Yes, as I said at the very beginning, we doubled our audience and it stayed with us since then, which is really an event, huge event. So there are consequences, but two things. First of all, the young audience is interested usually, as we know and measure it, in two things: explainers, meaning very simple Q&A sometimes, explaining of specific things and events and what's going on with the coronavirus, etc. And second, trying to forecast, be brave enough but responsible in trying to forecast what will happen, different scenarios. And the second thing is be extremely responsible in doing the digital media, because there is a life and death race to be number one and to be first one. But be responsible. Don't jump on publishing everything you hear and see. Check, double and triple check, because their lives depended on this. really.
Thank you so much. These are some very powerful messages right at the very end of our session. I would just like to ask briefly, Felicia, your experience and your work with youth is very valuable in this conversation. Just a comment on your behalf on this, on these changes induced by pandemic. Have you seen that the content you produce had a very was of value for young people? For your listeners, have you seen any changes in their media consumption habits? Have they shown more interest in the work that you do during this period of time?
Of course, overall, the media in Germany has seen a slightly increase in TV and radio consumption, but I'd say that's just a seasonal effect. What's more important, we've seen that people trust the information given by the public services. So that's more important, and that's something we have to work with. And also on social media, this is what we've seen at Bremen Next, that people were very eager to get first-hand information, because at the beginning, the situation was very unstructured. No one really knew what to do. And young people don't read newspapers. They don't listen to the news at 8 o'clock. So they need the information to know what to do. And then they rely on social media. And that we have seen that information on social media can be very important and is also consumed by young people.
Thank you all very much for this conversation. I think it is time for us to wrap up the session. So what I may draw as conclusions from our conversation is that nowadays, social media presence is a must if we want to engage with younger audiences. So this is something that all broadcasters should bear in mind. Adapting of content to younger minds is critical in reaching younger audiences. So regardless of how serious topics may seem, they can still be transferred to young audiences if adapted in the right way. Engaging young people in the production process seems to be one of the key strategies to engaging with young people. So having young people to produce content for their peers. It also seems possible to attract advertisers to programs targeting youth by creating strong and powerful social media presence. And it seems that reporting on pandemics is basically opening door and opportunity for public broadcasters and more traditional media to gain and regain the trust of younger audiences. So I think that with this, we may conclude this session. I thank you all for your kind participation and your answers and patience in this conversation. And now I would like to hand back the microphone to Oliver to continue with the sessions. Thank you all.
Thanks, Maida. Thanks a lot for the function of the chairwoman of this panel, of the moderator. And I think it was a very interesting discussion. So interesting that we had still, as I see, 2 questions that were not answered, but it's always like that at every conference. So we have now to continue with our working part. It is the annual award that we are giving every year. It's the award that is presented by the Central European Initiative and by Seemf every year. And I would invite Ms. Barbara Fabro. She is the Senior Executive Officer at the Central European Initiative in Trieste to present the award. So Barbara, please.
Thank you, Oliver. And first of all, I wish to greet all of you, our partners, the speakers, the participants. Today's debate was really interesting and inspiring. So now we are going to this award. I'm very pleased to introduce the award for Outstanding Merits in Investigative Journalism, which is jointly promoted by the Central European Initiative and the Southeast Europe Media Organization. It is organized every year and open to all CI member countries. And the main objective is to acknowledge the work of investigative journalists and improve the visibility of quality journalism. This year, the priority was given to works covering the coronavirus crisis, and this was done to emphasize the journalism and reliable access to information. So before introducing the winners, I would like to thank very much the members of the jury who carried out the assessment of the candidates. They made really a great job with us, They share their professional experience and commitment. So I would like to mention them one by one. So Renzi Lani, the Executive Director of the Albanian Media Institute, Maja Sever from the Croatian Radio Television, Marina Constantinoiu, Project Coordinator Edicja Dedimineaka from Bucharest, Stefan Dojcinovic, editor from the Crime and Corruption Reporting Network in Belgrade, and Francesco Martino, correspondent from Osservatorio Balcani and Caucaso from Trento and Sofia. So the winner of the main prize section Professional Journalist is Cecilia Anesi from Italy. Cecilia is an investigative journalist and board member of Investigative Reporting Project Italy, which is a major center for investigative journalists here in Italy. Cecilia has a long experience as investigative reporter. Her works are published in Italy, but also in many countries abroad and international. The jury is very much a research conducted with a team of journalists on the topic of informational drug trafficking in times of the COVID-19 pandemic, showing how the global cocaine industry adapted to the situation despite the lockdown and the overall conditions. So, more in general, the jury wanted really to honor Cecilia for her outstanding model of journalism. So congratulations to Cecilia, and I just would like to emphasize that this is the first time that an Italian journalist wins our award.
Hi, I am Cecilia Anesi, and I'm sending this message from Central Italy. I am deeply honored to receive the Seemf Award 2020, especially because it's coming in this year that is a particular year. A very harsh time that has reshaped the way we're doing journalism under both the lockdown we experienced in Italy and the current situation with the global pandemic. I am an investigative reporter with Italy's Center for Investigative Reporting, IRPI, of which I am a co-founder. And about a year ago, we have decided to launch our media platform that is called IRPI Media. And the reason for that is because in Italy, you cannot run your own content unless you're registered with a tribunal. So we decided to do this small, crazy step because for about 10 years, we have been producing content that was then published by other media around the world. But we thought that because, especially in our country, the space for free media and investigative reporting is shrinking more and more, we needed our own voice and we needed our own media outlet to be able to run investigations. So that's why we decided to take this step, and we have set the launching date for the end of March 2020. The pandemic hit, and we decided to keep this date anyways, but as soon as we were basically as soon as we were live, we wondered, what are we going to do as in regard to the pandemic? What can our role be as investigative journalists? And that's how
My name is Natalia Jovanovic, journalist from BIRN Serbia, Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. I'm very honored to be awarded as Best Young Journalist in the region. Writing about corona pandemic in the situation where people's health, but also journalist safety was in danger was a challenging task. But I'm glad that at the beginning of my career, I got the opportunity to write about this important topic globally. In Serbia, I discovered that number of people that have died from coronavirus was falsified. Writing about this sensitive data was a huge responsibility, and honestly, I am very proud that my efforts were recognized and I was up to this challenge. Many thanks to Central European Initiative and CIMO for supporting media in the fight for truthful information during pandemic of COVID-19, which officials usually want to hide. But this is not the only truth officials want to hide, so expect from us more in the future.
Finally, The jury also decided to assign a special mention to Esmeralda Keta from Albania. Esmeralda is an investigative journalist at Top Story Show, broadcasted by Top Channel, and she's also contributing to Burn Albania. She made an in-depth report of the Albanian health system, focusing on the injustice faced by vulnerable groups and the shortcomings in protecting citizens' rights. So congratulations also to Esmeralda for this award.
Faleminderit shumë. Unë ju jam shumë mirënjohëse që çmimet prestigjioze se i Seemf kanë edhe Shqipërinë.
Thank you very much. I'm very thankful that the prestigious Seemf Awards are have also decided to grant an award to Albania.
Dhe për të promovuar kështu le të themi gazetarinë shqiptare në të gjithë komunitetin gazetaresk, jo vetëm rajonal, por edhe më gjerë.
And this helps to promote Albanian journalism across the whole community, not only journalism community, but also to a broader social context.
Le të themi që pandemia përballi gazetarinë si çdo sektor tjetër me një situatë të vështirë, por që nga gjithë kjo situatë ne mësuam disa nga leksionet tona.
Let's say that during this pandemic, journalism, as all other professions, faced numerous challenges, but this challenge also taught us many lessons, many valuable lessons.
Ju falenderoj sërish dhe kjo do thotë shumë për ne profesionalisht që të jemi këmbgulës gjithmonë për të kërkuar dhe të thënë të vërtetën pavarësisht se cili mund të jetë çmimi që mund ta shoqërojë ata.
Thank you very much once again, and this means a lot to us as journalists, and it helps, it encourages us to be insistent and to seek the truth, no matter what the price that we will sometimes have to pay, unfortunately. Thank you again.
Faleminderit shumë për vlerësimin.
Thank you very much for your appreciation of the evaluation.
I would like to thank to Barbara for the presentation of the award. Thank you, Barbara, a lot. And I would like also to congratulate to all winners. And as we had a short live connection with Tirana, I would ask also now that we have a short live connection with Belgrade, with Natalia, and a short live correction with Cecilia in Italy. So just to have an opportunity to say hello and to congratulate to both. So Cecilia and Natalia, if we can have a short hello.
Hello. Which order do you want this to happen?
I like just that we have to, I like to congratulate you for the award, and I'm very glad that you are this year winner. Just my personal congratulations, and also to Natalia in Belgrade. I would like to congratulate. Is Natalia also visible? Yes? Is it Natalia? Yes, hello, and also congratulations to Natalia. Do you want to say something more?
Thank you so much for awarding me this prestigious award. I'm so happy to be here and to receive this award. I would just like to thank my colleagues and all the people that helped me develop this story. Among them, a great list of our sources that informed us about this important issue along the pandemic was progressing in Serbia. So thank you all, and I hope we have many different and important stories in the future. So yeah.
I'm very glad that this year really the winner is coming from Italy, because as Barbara said, it's first time that we have the winner from Italy. So after this ceremony, after the award, we we are now coming to the closing part of this year formed, and usually we meet somewhere. Usually we are together at least for 2 days, but this year we are doing it in this form because of the COVID-19 situation. I hope personal that at least next year it will be better, or if not next year, maybe 22, 23, 24. I hope at least that the next 2 or 3 years we will have the solution for COVID-19, and that at least we can meet again in person in the future. I would like to thank to everyone who helped us that we have this event today here together in this combination hybrid form between hoops and also online version. I would like to thank especially the teams that supported the organization. It means the team of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the staff of Konrad Adenauer Foundation Media Program in Sofia. I would like to thank the staff and the team of the Central European Initiative in Trieste, and of course the staff of the Southeast Europe Media Organization. I would like to thank also all people who were involved in the technical organization of this event. It means also our partners, Viesti in Podgorica, Investigative Journalism Center in Fažana, Albanian Media Institute in Tirana, and Boran in Sarajevo, local technical teams, and also the technical coordination office and team under leadership of Mr. Nikola Dimitrijevic and the Miros team. I hope, as I said, that we will have a chance to meet live in 2 or 3 years again. And as we are at the end, of course, now it's coming to a very important part that our partners are also saying officially goodbye. So I would invite now Ms. Nina Kodelja, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Central European Initiative. So Nina, maybe you can give your finishing word, and then Mr. Hendrik Zitting.
Oliver, just one thing, sorry to intervene. Since we have Cecilia still online, and there was a technical problem in broadcasting the video.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, super. Great, Cecilia. I didn't know it. So sorry, we have to wait for the closing remarks. Cecilia, please, if you can give your words.
Sure. Hi. I know it's very complex when we're not together in the same room. So I want to thank you and the jury for this opportunity to thank you, let's say, live somehow. I hope one day we'll have an opportunity to be in person. But also, very briefly, I want to thank all the colleagues without whom I could have never made this work. So not only my colleagues at IRPI Media, but also my colleagues at OCCRP, especially Latin America and Spain, that were crucial to this reporting. And again, thank you for the very interesting conference and the amazing award that as I said in the video, I don't know whether it was heard or not, but it really gives me a push to continue this job even more and in the second wave of the pandemic. So thanks a lot. And I wish everybody to, keep the good job up.
Thanks, Cecilia, and thank you for doing the job, because without persons like you, I think we will have many stories that will not well known to the public. So you are really doing a very important job, and thanks really, Cecilia. Now, thank you and bye-bye. And now we are going to the final part. It means Nina Kodelja, Trieste.
Thank you, Oliver. I really will be very short because I think there's not much to say about the substance. Just mentioning that this new reality is sometimes very hard to bear, and the online events cause great fatigue, at least to me personally. But to me personally, today was not the case. I think that although it was online, that it was very lively. I enjoyed very much the discussion. I like very much the setup between hubs. So I thank you to everybody, to the partners, to Simo, to Cas, to Oliver, and to Frederick. And as you said, Oliver, I really hope that next year, although it was very nice year, meet in person, because of course one thing that cannot be, which is as important as the discussions are. So thank you very much from the Central European Initiative, and we look forward to working very close with you to preparing next year's edition. Thank you to everybody, all the participants.
Thanks a lot, Nina. Thanks you, and thanks the Central European Initiative as important supporter and partner of this event since years. And now, as final closing remarks by Mr. Henrik Zittig, who will close this event, and also as representative of our very important partner who is present from the first days of the Southeast Europe Media Forum, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the media program Southeast Europe in Sofia. And from my side, I will say bye-bye, stay safe, and Henrik is going to finish this event. So Henrik, please.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for the last words. Thank you to all of us. I remember, Oliver and Nina, when we talked about in spring, how can we manage this year our event, our Southeast Europe Media Forum, and then we had the idea to manage this in this hybrid format. And now the day is over, the conference is over, and we can say, yes, it was successful. Yes, we had some maybe technical problems, but as I said in the first beginning, it is a big digital experiment, and I would say it was successful. Absolutely, it was successful. We saw 3 really interesting panels. We had really interesting and amazing panelists, and the moderators did a great job. That's why I would say thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the moderators. Thank you to all the technical staff all over Southeast Europe. And now I would say, let us hope together that the situation next year would be better, and so that we can meet together, meet in personal. And that means I would say again, thank you very much. Dankeschön here from Sofia, and goodbye and stay safe. Bye-bye.